Good morning. I will ask the hearing team to please elevate, looks like we have two court reporters up to, court reporter links, I should say, up to panelist status.
Good morning.
Good morning, and I think looks like you have another link that we will try to elevate for you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, with that, I will turn to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
Absolutely, I am. Have a
Wonderful.
great day.
Thank you very much. I will go ahead and get us started with introductions. Good morning. It is May 22nd, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st notice of public hearing and subsequent amendments. And the hearing this morning is being conducted by Zoom webinar. Both the audio and video of the hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We will conduct this hearing day today as we have, with breaks and a hard stop at 5 p.m. Ms. Mullen will be handling the slides and exhibits today, so if you're a witness or a representative asking questions, you're welcome to address Ms. Mullen directly to ask her to bring up a particular exhibit. With those abbreviated introductions, I will go ahead and get started with our usual practice of taking appearances as needed. I did want to check in, I think fairly quickly this morning, we'll be moving to panel 4, and I don't believe we had email addresses for our panel 4 witnesses, and I wanted to check with you, Ms. Carroll, whether you need links, because we can send those out in the background if that would be helpful, and I wanted to get to that first to make sure we could get it done. So with that, if we could please elevate Ms. Carroll to panelist. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Morning, Officer Kinsey and Carol for the Department of Water Resources. I believe we tried to email yesterday requesting those links, but yes, we do need them. We can try to do that again this morning.
Let's see, I will look to the team. Do we have, if you wouldn't mind, if probably is easier just to resend those email addresses, and we can get those out in the background while we're getting through the rest of panel 3. And of course, let me know, fairly quickly if those aren't received, but I did want to address that first. So thank you. And then is
Yes,
there
thank you.
anything else we should address while you're here?
How much time do you believe we have for cross? Our witnesses are available. I just want to make sure we can bring them in and get them set up in time.
Let me go through. I was going to go through that because I see Mr. Moore is here, and I know it was an open question whether he may have some additional questions. I think my questions will be well shorter than half an hour. I revised that, and I see Ms. Meserve has a hand, so I will try to get to that and answer that as we go through this. So thank you and good morning. I will look to the hearing team. Please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning.
Morning, everybody. I realized after we got OSHA Reserve, after we left yesterday, I think I might have allowed a misconception to occur that I do have cross for Greenwood still.
I see.
So,
Understood.
so I apologize if that was not clear. After we all hung up, I realized that that maybe was not clear.
So you have, I think you indicated yesterday, I don't have this written down, but maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Did that include Dr. Greenwood or is
It did not. It
okay,
did not. Yeah, so it puts us in a different starting place, I think.
understood.
And I'm happy to defer to the hearing team if, they
No,
would
I
like to
would
go
like
first.
I would like to hear your questions and then we'll try to slim things down. But do you have an estimate of how long you have for Dr. Greenwood?
Um, it, I will try to get through it in an hour.
Okay, thank you. I think that's helpful very much for Ms. Carroll's planning of her witnesses. Thank you for that update. I appreciate that. Is there anything else we should talk about before I turn to the room and then we get started? From you, Ms. Meserve. I see Mr. Moore's hand is up. All right. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning, Roger Moore for the California Water Impact Network. I am not planning cross for the current panel, but I did want, before we get into today's questioning, to just bring your attention to another looming problem, which you likely know about already. It appears that the state water contractors do not want DWR to release the supplemental information as your rulings have directed. This Monday, the state water contractors scheduled an ex parte hearing in a Fresno court case that some of us are involved in, attempting to address that issue. Now, the state water contractors are, of course, free to take whatever position they want to on that issue. But what is concerning is that they knew that Monday was a hearing day. They were informed of a conflict and they scheduled the ex parte hearing anyway. We have since learned that that the state water contractors apparently at least attempted to schedule another ex parte hearing on essentially the same issue in a separate case that they have initiated also in Fresno against the state board, also on a hearing day.
Namely today.
Yeah, to be
Okay.
clear,
I'm aware.
I am not, I figured that you likely were. Now, to be clear, I'm not aware that DWR has joined in any of these efforts. I'm also not aware of DWR having taken a position opposing them either. So just like I appreciate you hearing me out, and I just want to make a couple of quick observations. First, it seems like at minimum there needs to be a clear understanding that participants in this proceeding should not be scheduling hearings that are related to the subject matter of this one on hearing days. It may be possible for Best and Krieger and the Attorney General's office to be in two places at once, but that is not really an option for the solo and small firm practitioners and legal clinics and alike that are representing some of the the protestants. Second, perhaps given the especially the number of attempts to by the state water contractors to get at that issue, perhaps there will need to be more. It may be that you will need to consider a pause in these hearings until May 27th, when I guess we will find out whether DWR is releasing that supplemental information, or until June 4th, when the state water contractors have scheduled yet another hearing on this issue in Fresno. It may be that if the state water contractors persist with activities scheduling other proceedings that conflict with this one, that they should lose the opportunity at some point to participate here as well.
So, Mr. Moore, you're asking me to discipline the state water contractors for filing motions for protective order against this office? I just think the optics seem terrible on that one. Is that really what you're asking for?
I simply want you to be aware of the practical problem. And I
Okay.
frankly, I don't have a magic solution to it, but I would have hoped that it would have been clear, despite our differences of opinion here, that, none of us should be scheduling conflicting proceedings. It seems like that should be obvious, and it apparently isn't. And it also seems like there is a significant potential for interruption because of the apparent difference of opinion about the release of the supplemental information. So I've identified the issue and proceed as you will, but I wanted it to at least be acknowledged and thought about.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Yes, and I am aware, and we had a brief conversation yesterday about some of this, so that the hearing team has set up a related litigation folder, I think we're calling it, on the FTP site to be transparent about the court filings of which I am aware, so that all the parties know what I have seen. So I was aware of the ex parte proceeding on Monday, which of course was not, as I understand, was not successful. I was aware of the ex parte proceeding this morning, as I understand, and I expect Mr. Krieger is not here today because Judge Whalen doesn't allow for remote appearances. And I assume someone else will be representing the state water contractors with us today. And then, at least to my knowledge, the next scheduled proceeding would be related to this issue would be on June 4th, which is not a hearing day for us. So I think, at this point, the hearings have passed. So I'm going to play this out and see what happens. I understand that there would be a concern if there was a judicial proceeding scheduled that conflicted, that involved the protestants as parties and conflicted with this hearing, and maybe that may come up, and then we'll have to figure out how to deal with. I will have to think about how to deal with that and where we have moving parts, because I realize you can't be in two places at once, and I am also aware that Judge Whalen does not allow for remote appearances. I know from another proceeding. So thank you. We will cross these bridges as they come upon us, sometimes by surprise.
Thank you for indulging me in that issue, and I appreciate you hearing me out.
Thank you. Ms. Desjardins, if we can please elevate Ms. Desjardins.
Thank you. Good
Morning.
morning. Deirdre Desjardins, California Water Research. And I just wanted to note, I think there is a due process issue in, there are motions for protective order being made in proceedings for which that would affect all the parties in this proceeding. And unlike the conflict of interest issue, they affect all the parties in this hearing. They concern all the parties in this hearing, and not all the parties are even participating in these other lawsuits where these are being made. And so there's a significant burden by moving what's properly a procedural issue for this proceeding to other venues. And I would argue that it is improper for doing so. I unlike the conflict of interest, which was very detailed and involved and needed significant findings of fact, these are procedural matters, and they are properly entirely within the bounds of this proceeding. So I do want to raise an objection to the state water contractors and a standing objection taking this outside this forum as against due process.
Well, Ms. Desjardins, you're objecting to what? What is it that you're asking me to do?
I will, I think I would like to make a motion that you receive briefings on whether it is proper.
But Ms.
to-
Desjardins, I don't have authority to prevent the state water contractors from accessing the judicial system. That is
No,
absolutely
no,
outside the
no,
scope
you
of my
don't,
authority.
but you do have authority to receive briefings on the due process issues raised
And what would
by
be the
going
remedy?
outside of it.
What would be the remedy?
I think that could be asked, I think that could be raised on briefing. I'm sorry if I'm being extemporaneous here. I can come back to you with a thought about what would be the remedy, but it does create a tangle. There has not been, I think it's worth seriously thinking about.
Well, if you think there is something within the authority of the Administrative Hearings Office to take, that would be appropriate. That's a separate question. I'm willing to hear it. It sounds to me like what you are asking for is something that's appropriately within the scope of the court that's handling these respective matters. And I think the arguments you're making would properly go to.
So
Judicial officer.
I file leave. I'm not a party to those proceedings. That's the issue.
Understood.
And just as somebody, whether I have standing, whether I can file the appropriate motions, I do object as a matter that I can't raise those arguments, right? As matters stand right now, I can't raise those arguments in those forums.
Well, consider it, Ms. Desjardins. I'm willing to hear if you have follow-up on this, but as far as it sounds to me that there's nothing to be done here within the scope of this proceeding. Yeah, it's state water contractors is pursuing their legal remedies as is appropriate. They have the opportunity to do that. And I certainly don't have the authority to tell the court what to do on that issue.
Yes, yeah,
I
I do agree that I do think it raises a larger issue, and it's going to take some legal research to think about it as it did about the conflict of interest issue. And I greatly appreciated the thought that went into that. There are some sort of extraordinary actions being taken that in the process of this hearing that aren't within what has occurred in previous hearings. So thank you, and I apologize for my comments being somewhat informed, but I do think there is a due process nexus, and I'll try to research it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I appreciate it. To the hearing team, if you would please elevate Ms. Kira Johnson. And good morning, Ms. Johnson. You're welcome to, there you are, and you're welcome to come off mute as well. We can't hear you because you're still on mute. There you are.
There we go. Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Seems like an appropriate time to state my appearance. Kira Johnson here for the state water contractors. And yeah, I just want to add that I think we've been transparent in, our position on this matter, and, we are using the legal options available to us. Certainly parties here are able to intervene in those actions just as we have in some of the protestants' cold storage case. But we will continue to be transparent about what we are doing, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Wonderful. Thank you and welcome, Ms. Johnson. Happy to have you. With that, I think the remaining item I had, in addition to Mr. Moore, who did not have questions, is there anyone else? Ms. Meserve has additional cross-examination questions for the panel 3 witnesses, but is there anyone else who has cross-examination questions for the panel 3 witnesses who has not yet asked those? If you would please raise your hand if I missed anyone. All right, then if we can go ahead, I will look to the hearing team to please elevate our witnesses, Dr. Greenwood and Ms. Gardner, as well as Ms. Morris. Good morning, Dr. Greenwood.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning.
And good morning, Ms. Gardner.
Good morning.
And I believe with that, we are ready to return. Ms. Meserve, I believe you're already a panelist, so you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. But I believe with that, we are ready to turn back to your questions, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning, Dr. Gardner. Let's see. So we left off yesterday discussing mitigation and in particular the potential for mitigation of impacts for greater sandhill crane and lesser sandhill crane habitat at Bolden Island rather than areas nearer to Stone Lake's refuge. If we could, Ms. Mullen, look at AHO 1012, that is it's the mitigation work plan that I think may help us just address this issue of the location. So that's AHO 1012, and I was looking at PDF page 71. And well, let's see. It says 3F21 on the bottom for the regular page number is 21. Sorry, 3F21. I apologize. I think if you go to 21, that should be right. I can't read my writing. So here, Dr. Gardner, it looks like the DWR may be contemplating 451 acres total plus roosting or foraging plus 72 and change roosting on Bolden Island. Do you think that's correct?
I think that was considered as part of the initial mitigation plan was for these sites is seeing what could be available for the species. However, I'm trying to find the table. Well, we may not need the table, but I believe in the same document, if you go to section 3F.4.1, where it describes the initial mitigation sites, it describes and I'm not sure if it would be helpful to pull that up so you could see it, but it describes that the initial mitigation sites are primarily to partially offset impacts on wetlands and some terrestrial species, primarily giant garter snake and valley elderberry longhorn beetle. I know that DWR is not intending to have mitigation for sandhill crane on Bolden Island unless through coordination with the Greater Sandhill Crane Technical Advisory Committee, they determined that that would be preferable. The commitment from DWR is to have the mitigation occur in in key priority areas that are identified by the Sand Hill Crane Technical Advisory Committee.
Is that reflected in a mitigation measure, environmental commitment, or AMM?
No, that commitment is after the preparation of this in 2023. I suppose it is reflected in the design criteria, where, in initial planning phases for mitigation for Sand Hill Crane, the location of compensatory mitigation for roosting habitat considered Bolden Island or lands that provide connectivity between Stone Lakes and Cosumnes River Preserve. And that is in appendix attachment 3F1 to appendix 3F of the final EIR. And that would be exhibit AHO 1012.
1012. Okay. So, but in terms of a yes or no answer, in terms of the actual enforceable mitigation measures, I think you said no, it's not required. There's an approach that might lead to a different result. I don't mean to misstate your testimony. I'm just trying to get a clear answer here because it was important to Stone Lakes, Friends of Stone Lakes, about the location.
Yeah, and to be clear, as I mentioned yesterday, all impacted roost sites by noise, up around Stone Lakes, there aren't direct footprint impacts on roost sites, but there will be creation of alternative roost sites available, for the length of the construction impacts. So that is also happening concurrent, and the mitigation that's being described in the compensatory mitigation plan is specific to footprint impacts, construction footprint impacts.
Okay. If we could look at that, Ms. Mullen, I believe we're both talking about AHO 1012 and the plan to try to connect or potentially connect these two resource areas for the crane. That exhibit, so AHO 10012, and then page 13. Is that
I think we're still on 1013.
Oh, I think I wrote it down wrong. I apologize.
So this is the exhibit that you pulled up originally, or asked Ms. Mullins to pull up. This is the compensatory mitigation plan.
Yes. I'm sorry. There's the one that you're talking about that's the attachment to this. Do you remember the number? I'm sorry.
Yes, that's AHO 1012.
Okay. Which is different. Well,
My understanding is that this is
that is this.
1012.
Yeah. It's I think we're both missing the correct number. I may have to come back to this. It's the next one in the list.
1013.
We can try 1013.
Yeah.
Ms. Mullen, if we can please try that one and see if
Sorry about that.
There we go.
And then I think if we go to, well, you were referring to a specific page on this one, I believe.
So if you look for CMP 18 A. I believe it's 3F.1-7. So if you scroll down to CMP 18A, that's the language I was referring to.
The connectivity language, right?
Those were the criteria as part of the design standards for sandhill crane roosting habitat.
Okay. But again, that doesn't necessarily, that's kind of what would you call this approach is aspirational? It's not a requirement.
I think it's a design plan. So
But just to be clear, it uses the word or, right? Roosting habitat may be created on Golden Island or in suitable lands that provide connectivity. I don't see there, Dr. Gardner, a preference. So that's just what I'm trying to get at, is that there's not a requirement. And I believe we're in agreement there, and I could
that
move on unless you disagree.
well, that's fair, but I would want to just say that in my testimony, it reflects DWR's commitment. And I'm sorry, I need to look up the page number. It reflects the commitment from DWR with respect to the location. So it's page 8 of my testimony, which is DWR
900R.
900R, thank you. And then paragraph 19. Which states that DWR will work with CDFW and the Crane Tech to preserve mitigation lands in key priority areas identified in the draft Greater Sandhill Crane Conservation Strategy. And the location of the mitigation is also subject to CDFW approval. But as I mentioned yesterday, CDFW does have participants in the Sandhill Crane Technical Advisory Committee as well. So
Okay. Okay, so the crane strategy will work with them is what this is committing to.
that's correct.
Okay, so it's a coordination. It's not a requirement. It says work with, right?
I would characterize that as a commitment.
To work with.
Correct.
We can move on.
Okay.
I mean, I understand, Dr. Gardner, you're committed, but I'm kind of looking for where the commitment is in the actual documents that will go with this project. So
I understand.
Yeah. Okay. Have you heard in your work, you are aware of concerns about placement of mitigation far from the impact is kind of an ongoing concern of people looking at the effectiveness of mitigation lands, right?
Correct. And there are that is also part of the design criteria is the distance from the impacts. I think foraging habitat, there has to be foraging habitat within 2 miles of the new roost site, and also foraging habitat location is also considering the location of the impacts and also considering sea level rise.
Okay.
So those are also outlined in the design criteria.
Okay. And then just turning back to transmission lines briefly, could we please take a look at the ITP, which is AHO 68, and that's on page 78. So that's AHO 68, and then I believe it's PDF page 78. So scrolling down a little bit to the 121. So this is a condition of the ITP, as we discussed yesterday, doesn't cover Greater Sandhill Crane. But do you see there where it talks about at the bottom of the 121 item that that the bird strike diverters will reduce risk by 60% or more?
I do see that.
And my question is, were you expecting that the bird diverters that would be placed on lines under mitigation measure bio 2C, which is for sandhill cranes, would somehow be 100% effective in reducing take in the areas where they're installed near crane habitat?
I do, based on the location of those lines and surrounding land cover as well and uses and proximity to urban development or within a developed area in the case of the Fife area line. That doesn't reflect the mitigation measure bio 2C to the same degree.
So, and when you say in the locations, this is where the new lines would be placed on the existing lines?
That's
But
correct.
not Lambert Road, because you said that would be undergrounded, right?
Lambert Road is undergrounded, yes.
So do you have you found references to studies about effectiveness of bird strike that show 100% effectiveness in all conditions?
No, I haven't. This study I looked at that has the highest effectiveness is the UV line markers, which was reported to be 98% effective, and that is in right at the Platte River, where there's a huge number of crossings and bird strikes
But
every
in that
year.
study, in that study, however, it was not 100% effective.
That was not 100% effective. That was 98% effective, but I would certainly highlight that's a very different type of study area.
Okay. And then we could take this down, Ms. Mullen. Thank you so much. With respect to the creation of crane roosting areas in the North Delta outside of the noise impact area, we've been talking about placement to connect Stone Lakes and the Casumnes River Preserve. And I forgot to send an email saying this, but I did upload a couple of exhibits in the, I continued to put them in the CCC folder with the promise that I will sort them later. There's a tunnel impacts map, if we could take a look at that.
Okay, give us just a moment. Thanks, Ms. Missouri.
I apologize.
No, I believe we are aware of them.
And I'll just introduce the map. This is something we had made to try to using the DWR's GIS data just to show the layout of the project more clearly on in relation to the protected lands and whatnot. And if Ms. Mullen, we could scroll into the area where it says Hood, which is kind of in the upper third of the map, please.
And if we can pause for a moment, Ms. Carroll, please.
Yes, I was wondering if we could give this exhibit a label. I understand that Ms. Meserve is going to be sorting them later, but for the record, it would be really easy to find this exhibit again if we could have a name for it.
Yes, and I will look to
Be CCC the next one.
right, which I'll look to my team. What is CCC the next one? Let's see if I can get an answer from the hearing team. CCC 9. We will identify it as CCC 9.
And then I'll just lodge that we don't have any foundation for this document yet. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
And we could maybe momentarily, Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll down to the very bottom of the and zoom into the lower right-hand corner where it gives the derivation, shows it's from the 2023 DWR data, GIS data, as well as state lands GIS. That helps. And then if we could please go back up to the northern area. Thank you. So the pink square, Dr. Gardner, is the proposed Twin Cities complex.
Ms. Meserve, I still object that you haven't laid the proper foundation for this exhibit.
This is a demonstrative exhibit showing the location of the proposed Delta Tunnel project and how it would lay down on the lands in the Delta. Our GIS mapper used, this is it's not a new map. It was created in 2023 based on DWR data. Is there something else I could tell you to help with that?
I
I would
think
just also object to the fact that we don't know what alternative this is, what
Alternative
alignment
5.
this is, and I think that it's inappropriate unless the witness knows and it doesn't appear to be marked. We don't know what is mapped on this in terms of what alignment and alternative.
Could
And
we
just note that there is other intakes that are unlabeled, including an alternative 4A, which is not currently part of the project. So it's unclear what we're seeing here.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen, could we please scroll down to the key again? Alternative 5 Bethany adopted project. See where it says that? And yes, for reference, the Clarksburg intake was included in a different color and marked as potential.
I think what I'll do, I mean, I'll conditionally allow your line of questioning, Ms. Meserve, but reserving the opportunity for DWR to file objections, and they can move to strike whatever testimony you elicit on this based on foundation. But I think let's go forward with the questioning to the extent it's appropriate. I mean, I'm open to objections and see where this goes.
I would also note that this map was attached to several protests that were filed, and so DWR has definitely seen this map and never made, not that they were required to, but there hasn't been any questions or feedback that there is something incorrect in this map. It is, however, a demonstrative map, and some of the things are not to scale, and I think that's reflected in the way the map is labeled. So again, if we could, I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen, if we could go back up to the area we're trying to discuss. Thank you. So again, the pink square is the location of the Twin Cities complex, which is also shown in more detail in that call out. So isn't that proposed Twin Cities complex right between Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge and the Cosumnes River Preserve, as shown on this map?
Um, yeah, a little bit north.
It's a little bit right. It's not right in the center of the in-between, correct? Yeah. In this area would, under the project, have extended construction activities lasting, correct me if I'm wrong, over 10 years.
That's correct.
So wouldn't the Twin Cities complex and the activity around that interfere with and prevent the connection idea that we've been discussing?
I don't think so. I see a lot of available land to the west of the Twin Cities complex,
Within the Stone Lakes
and to
National
the
Wildlife
south.
Refuge. Is that where you're pointing to, the green area in the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge?
I'm sorry, could the witness please finish their question or answer before another question is asked?
Sure, we'll make sure Ms. Gardner, did you have anything to add to that response?
I don't know if all of those areas are within the refuge. I'm just trying to orient at that scale. It's quite zoomed out.
Sure, yeah, I will represent, for purposes of these questions, I'll represent to you that the area within that is green on the west side of the highway, as well as those lighter green areas on the east of the highway where the word Stone Lakes NWR are, that is all within the National Wildlife Refuge boundary.
The planning area.
It's a federally designated boundary within which the National Wildlife Refuge may acquire easements or fee to carry out the purposes of the refuge. So if to the extent you're indicating there are private lands within the refuge boundary, that's correct.
Yes.
I'm going to object to Ms. Meserve testifying, and also I'm going to refer back to her statement that this map is not to scale.
I think that's, I mean, these are fair concerns, Ms. Meserve. Where are we going with this? I mean, questions that really Ms. Gardner can answer that aren't just have a chance for us to look at this interesting map.
Really, I was just looking for, maybe she already answered it with respect to the Twin Cities complex being in the middle of the two areas that she said would be.
Objection. That misstates her testimony.
Fair. She said it was to the north. So
To the north. Okay. Well, would you agree, Ms. Gardner, that the connectivity is complicated by the location of the Twin Cities complex in that place?
No, I think that there are certainly opportunities if that's identified as a preferred area for, I believe you're talking about the impact, the minimum 40-acre roost site to compensate for the permanent impact on the 3 acres of temporary roost site down on Lower Roberts. I think there are ample opportunities if that is determined to be a key priority area for a roost site.
Okay. And do you know if condemnation of property for mitigation land is one of the options DWR may use to meet its conservation requirements?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion and speculation.
noted. Go ahead, Ms. Gardner.
I'm certainly not aware of that being part of the compensatory mitigation plan, compensatory mitigation plan.
Do you know if DWR would be precluded from using the power of eminent domain for that purpose?
Objection calls for speculation, calls for legal conclusion.
To the extent you can answer, and the objections are noted, go ahead, Ms. Gardner.
I don't know that that is necessarily in my terrestrial biological wheelhouse. The commitments that I'm aware of in the compensatory mitigation plan are with respect to commitments of coordinating with, adopted HCP implementation entities and coordinating to ensure that DWR's compensatory mitigation acquisitions don't result in conflicts with those plans. So that doesn't sound like something that you're talking about.
Are you aware of any requirement in any of the documents that we've been discussing, the EIR and adopted project approvals that would require willing seller only for acquisition of mitigation lands?
I would have to read through sections of the compensatory mitigation plan again. It's been a little while.
So you are not aware of willing seller requirement? Is that correct?
Objection misstates testimony, asked and answered.
Ms. Meserve, I think it's time to move on from this. I understand your point.
Correct. Okay.
Thank you.
And just touching on recreation for a moment, are you aware, Dr. Gardner, that groups like Save Our Sandhill Cranes conduct regular tours, for instance, of Woodbridge and Staten Islands in the fall and winter months to see cranes when they are here in our area?
I'm very, very aware of that. I did not prepare the recreation chapter, however, for the environmental impact report. So I don't know to what extent I could speak to recreation discussions.
In your opinion, if you have one, do you know how the project construction activities, for instance, in the Twin Cities launch area, may affect the ability of Save Our Sandhill Cranes and others to conduct these tours?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled to the extent you can answer, Ms. Gardner.
I'm not aware of tours being conducted in the Twin Cities complex footprint. I think those aren't locations that I'm aware of based just on my experience.
Okay. But visitors might have to travel through or near construction zones shown on this map in the North Delta in order to get to those locations. Isn't that true?
Objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation as to what's on the map.
To the extent you can answer, go ahead, Ms. Gardner.
If you're talking about the Crane Festival, I think they usually leave from Lodi and visit Staten Island and Woodbridge, possibly Cosumnes River Preserve. So maybe they would take I-5 and Highway 12. I can't speak to the exact routes of the tours.
Okay. It's possible the visitor experience could be altered by the construction of this project, though, isn't that right?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to experience calls for speculation.
I think that's fair, Ms. Meserve. I think Ms. Gardner is a bird expert, right? Not, or maybe terrestrial species expert, not including people, not a tourist expert.
Oh, birders, birders drive around. Anyway, we can move on. Thank you. And going back to something that, and we could take this map down. Thank you. Going back to something you said in answering Ms. Ralston's questions yesterday, you mentioned that greater sandhill crane can be considered a pest species in certain regions of the country. That's not the case in California, is it?
Certainly not. No.
And do you know how many birds use the delta as habitat during the what we call the crane season part of the year?
Oh gosh, is it approximately I want to say maybe 60,000? That's the Central Valley population estimate. I don't know the coordinated crane counts from this year, what this year's estimate is yet.
So that would be, there's three kind of regions of the entire Central Valley. So that
right, that would be,
also,
and they move between them as well. So I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
no problem. It would be significantly less that just for the number within the delta, wouldn't you think?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, all right. And then are you aware that the governor has called the Delta Tunnel the most important climate adaptation project we can undertake for future Californians?
I have heard something similar to that.
And
I couldn't say word for word.
okay. For your work on the EIR and your testimony, what year was the baseline conditions that you compared the project against?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to what work, what chapter of the EIR.
The terrestrial biological chapter, is that chapter 14?
Chapter 13.
Chapter 13.
I'm just thinking back to make sure I answer this correctly. I believe that's a complicated question because are you asking about like baseline with respect to the data that was used?
Typically, an environmental document has a baseline that's used to compare the potential impacts of the project. So, yeah, that's all I'm asking.
I don't know if it was 2020 for terrestrial or 2019. I can't recall. And then there was a 2040 scenario analyzed as well.
Yeah, I think the NOP was 2020.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. Okay.
Then 2020. Thank you.
In that time zone. So, and then, so did you consider how changes in climate may affect greater sandhill crane and lesser sandhill crane during construction?
Can you be
Objection
more
vague and ambiguous as to the time frames. If we're talking about climate change and construction, those do not seem to be the same time frames. We can have some clarity.
Sure. Well, we're not in construction yet. It's 2025. I'm not clear exactly when it might be constructed, but yeah, my question is just around if the construction date was in the future at some point, did you attempt to consider how changes such as like a warmer climate or conditions like less food availability may impact the crane during project construction?
Yes, definitely considering the long time frame. That was part of adding the flexibility of the commitment of the location of the mitigation to coordinate with the Sandhill Crane Technical Advisory Committee because priority locations could change over time. And then similarly, with what we were discussing yesterday, that recognition that I think especially with changes in timing of migration can occur absolutely in birds over time. And so that was the purpose of including that consideration of I don't want to say flexibility is probably the wrong word, but considering if birds were to arrive earlier or later or stay later in the Delta, to have an acknowledgement of that potential.
And that would be if DFW established guidelines under Bio 33, right?
I believe. Guidance, yes, if CDFW develops guidance.
And did your analysis of construction impacts consider what the condition of if there would be additional habitat losses due to development of areas such as Elk Grove may occur prior to the construction of the project?
Certainly, and that's also part of the benefit of the conservative noise analysis is identifying areas where landowner incentives can be implemented and possibly also adopted for other purposes post-construction if they're in suitable areas. So yeah, absolutely.
You're aware of the fact that Elk Grove seems to be traveling south from its current location. Yeah.
Objection relevance as to this project and the growth in land use in Elk Grove.
The relevance is that if there's less.
Wait, I don't think we have a
available.
pending. Do we have a pending question?
No.
Okay, let's get a question on the table.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you consider just thinking about noise briefly, and I apologize if someone else asked about this, but did you consider in your analysis the noise from helicopters on Sandhill cranes?
Project related?
Correct. Sorry.
Helicopter?
Construction project.
Yes. So mitigation measure Bio 33 has restrictions with respect to helicopter use. That it would be conducted outside of the winter crane use season. And there, I think that was for identification of groundwater wells or natural gas wells. And then similarly, there was a restriction with respect to if helicopters were required to string power lines. That I can't recall right now if it's that they would not be used or if they would be used. It would have to be limited to outside of the winter crane use season. So yes,
and those helicopter noise levels would be above 60 dBA in some locations, right?
I don't know because I think there's also height requirements. So, but that would be when the sandhill cranes are not in the delta, if helicopters were to be used.
Within the identified crane season in the EIR and the mitigation measures.
That's correct.
Okay. And then a couple other questions. I think other folks asked about this a little, but did you make the decision to only address sandhill cranes in your testimony and not any other species that were discussed in chapter 13 of the EIR?
Yes, sandhill cranes were certainly the species that I received the most comments on. And also there seemed to be quite a bit of confusion in some of the protests about the actual project with respect to sandhill cranes. And so that was primarily the focus of the testimony, or the reason that was the focus of the testimony.
Although are you aware that one of the hearing issues is that the hearing issue as identified is whether there's unreasonable impacts on fish and wildlife generally?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Go ahead, Ms. Gardner.
Yes, I'm not exactly sure how to answer that. I don't know. I don't know if I really know how to answer your question. I certainly did disclose that the EIR did have a comprehensive analysis of impacts on terrestrial biological resources, and that the reason for the focus of my testimony on sandhill cranes.
And then for chapter 13, in general, do you use habitat models to assess the project impacts to habitat for special status species?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know what the relative degree of accuracy of those models would be for a candidate species like the crotch bumblebee?
So for that example, I mean, I think that the model is inclusive. It includes all potential land cover types that where crotch bumblebee could be present. It doesn't consider any microhabitat requirements that will be determined through pre-construction surveys and habitat assessments on the ground.
And are you familiar with the surveys that are needed to identify habitat and the actual species for the crotch bumblebee?
I am somewhat familiar, yes.
Do you have any specialized training with respect to impacts to special status invertebrates such as the crotch bumblebee?
Special training, did you say?
Correct.
What type of training would be required to assess impacts?
Well, such as field training, identification, survey, permitting, proper permitting in order to do those kinds of activities.
I believe I do have sufficient training to analyze impacts and, obviously our invertebrate specialists were highly involved in the development of mitigation measures. And for crutch bumblebee, that was also in coordination with CDFW. I haven't participated in the bumblebee surveys.
And one other question, Ms. Moskal asked you about corridors for greater sandhill crane movement.
Yeah.
Her questions. I wondered, have you identified wildlife corridors for other species that are within the general construction area of the tunnel project that we were looking at, on the map, for instance?
Yes, the chapter includes a comprehensive analysis of impacts on wildlife corridors using the wildlife corridor databases identified in the chapter, including CDFW databases. And there's also a description of the guild approach used to capture connectivity analysis for a suite of wildlife movement guilds of all sizes.
Ms. Mullen, could we please look at one last exhibit? And a last question. It is AHO 1112, and it's page 13. And this is the maps, I believe, that you were referencing, Dr. Gardiner, for the corridors. And if we could go to 13 and be able to see the legend, please. So the green here is the core reserve and the yellow is a corridor that was identified by a UC Davis study. Is that right?
That is from the wildlife linkages data. Yeah, that's one of the data sources used. There's multiple maps showing different databases for wildlife corridors.
And then if we could just scroll down a little bit so that we could see that Twin Cities complex is the purple area right in the middle of the green blob there, isn't it, Dr. Gardner?
Yes, that's correct. That's the Twin Cities complex location.
So that is within what is labeled as a core reserve area mapped in this particular study, right?
I would need to see the legend again
That's
to know which was which. Core reserve, yes.
green, yeah. And if we could scroll, please, to page 11 of this same exhibit, just to look at one other map. This is another source for the that showed the terrestrial connectivity, and the color in pink there, according to the legend, that says irreplaceable and essential corridors. And then if we could just scroll down a little bit so we could look at that same area. Does it look like, Dr. Gardiner, that pink color for the essential corridors, irreplaceable and essential corridor, is also adjacent to the two proposed intakes at Hood and Cortland?
I would need to zoom in a little bit, but I do know that the impact analysis certainly identified the intakes as an area that has mitigation and adaptive management associated with that mitigation with respect to maintaining the riparian connectivity. I believe
And
that's
then, sorry.
I was just going to say, I believe that's in mitigation measure bio 33.
And then the yellow area is the connections with implementation flexibility, and that coded area is the color over the Twin Cities complex. You see that?
The yellow pathway that, yes, the Twin Cities complex is located within that larger corridor.
And then the south, the terminus tract, the other launch area in the south is also colored and looks like yellow, which is part of connectivity as well, isn't it?
Yes, that was all considered in the connectivity impact analysis and any mitigation that was required to minimize the impact.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you very much. Should we take a small break before we switch to
Let's
fish?
take a short break. I'm gonna pour some more coffee. And so let's go ahead. We'll just take want to a full 10 minutes. Let's come back at 10:25 and then transition back to Dr. Greenwood. Thank you. All right, it's 10:25. To our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Officer Kinsey. Thank you.
And I see we have Dr. Greenwood, Ms. Carroll, and I believe that means we just need Ms. Meserve.
And hearing Officer Kinsey, while we wait for Ms. Meserve, I just wanted to confirm that we did receive links for our panel for witnesses, so thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And with that, Ms. Meserve, back to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Greenwood. And let's see. So I had a follow-up question from Mr. Schutz yesterday, and I apologize if I missed the answer, but he was asking you about the ITP that was issued on February 14th of this year. And I was wondering, were you able to receive a copy of that ITP before February 14th?
My testimony was based on the final ITP. So I think my testimony was submitted about a week after the, if I recall, the final ITP. So my testimony was prepared on that final ITP.
Were you able to receive a non-final version of it prior to that?
I had seen, I believe, a draft that had been provided to DWR by CDFW.
And around when was that?
I don't recall exactly. I think it would have been the weeks leading up to the time of the final ITP.
Thank you for that clarification. Then I had a couple of overarching questions, which I believe are yes or no questions. We will see if you agree. With the Delta Tunnel as permitted in the ITP and described in the EIR, would there be changes in total exports from the Delta by DWR?
Would there be changes in total exports based on modeling, you mean? Or I mean, I think that would be the only
analysis.
That would be the only basis I would have. I think there are differences based on the modeling. That's not something I recall specifics on exactly as I sit here just now, but I believe I've seen that type of information from Mr. Singh, for example.
And then similarly with the Delta Tunnel as permitted in the ITP and described in the EIR and analyzed in the modeling, would there be changes in Delta outflow?
The modeling that we have indicates that there is the potential for changes in delta outflow.
And then does your testimony conclude ultimately that the effects of such changes would not create unreasonable impacts to fish and their habitat?
That's correct in light of the different aspects of the project that I discuss in my testimony. So considering potential changes and differences or effects because of project operations, but then also considering the operational criteria, the mitigation measures, and so on that I described in my testimony.
And then I think probably helpful to bring up the testimony, if you don't mind, Ms. Mullen. So that's going to be DWR 805R.
I think it's 800R actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. And if we could please go to page 3 on line 14. this mentions the real-time management decisions. Who would make those decisions for operation of the North Delta diversions?
Well, I think this would be a process that involves DWR in coordination with fisheries agencies such as CDFW. So it's informed by the types of process that I think I described further down in the testimony in that section.
And then going to line 23, if we could, just a little farther on the page. How would the proportion of juvenile salmon that have entered the Delta be determined? I think it goes on to the next page, sorry.
Well, the specifics will be something that I think will be worked out at that time. What we have currently, though, I think is a reasonable, and by currently I mean for existing Delta operations, is a reasonable indicator of the type of approach that may be used. So this would be through a group of scientists, DWR agency scientists that are looking at the available monitoring data and assessing based on the patterns in the data, the monitoring data, what proportion of the fish they consider to be within the delta. And so that might be considering both within delta monitoring information, but also information from upstream, which considers, I would say, information from a particular year, as well as also considering what general historical patterns have been.
And when you say real time in this context, in the lines 23 on the page 3, or wait, well, real time is above that, but in terms of real time, does that mean like within days or hours, or what does real time mean to you?
I mean, I think it may vary depending on the different specifics of the things that are being managed to. So in some cases it may be hours where there may be changing conditions, for example, tidal influences, for example, that may change the characteristics of the flow and therefore velocity moving past the intakes. That would be needing to be adjusted based on needing to meet specific criteria that there are for the operations. And then there may be more of a either daily or multiple daily considerations as well for general patterns in overall diversions, for example. So in brief, it varies, I think, based on the types of information, the operational criteria.
And then just as an example, with the pulses of fish are sometimes determined by the screw trap data, for instance, at Knight's Landing.
That's correct. Knight's Landing is one of the locations that's used. There is now also a rotary screw trap at the entry point to the delta as well. And then I think, as I indicate here, yes, at the near the top of page 4 there, it's also proposed that there would be additional side scan sonar monitoring data that would give indicators as well, and that would be something that would be close to the intakes as well.
Is one of the problems with the screw trap data related to whether they are staffed how consistently they can be staffed? Is that a challenge with the screw trap system?
I'm not sure about challenge per se. Certainly, they need to be staffed for to obtain data from them. So typically, that's done on a daily basis.
Okay. And then on line 4 here, it mentions the North Delta Diversion Monitoring Team. Who would determine the course of action under the process you're describing here?
I believe that's further described in the in the ITP and in that location there that's referenced. I'd have to look at the specifics again to remind myself of the details, but I think that monitoring team would be informing DWR and fisheries agencies for their considerations.
And is the monitoring team made up of DWR employees or consultants?
I think it's something that's, I believe, if I recall right, that's the membership of that is outlined in that condition of approval from the ITP, but it would be, I think, DWR, potentially broader DWR team members, which could include consultants if DWR had hired consultants to assist with that, and then other representatives, I think, which would include fisheries agencies, and I'd have to look at the condition of approval just to recall which other entities are mentioned in there.
And then if we could scroll down a little bit to line 7, you state here that the South Delta facilities would be governed by, that you focused on the North Delta, and that the South Delta would continue to be operated according to the requirements you list. Do you believe that the effects of the South Delta operations may change from what they are today when the North Delta is operated under the project that was modeled?
Well, based on the modeling that we have, and I touched on this, I think, a bit with Mr. Schutz yesterday. Based on the modeling that we have, the South Delta effects look like they will be similar. There may be potential for slightly less South Delta entrainment, and I think I perhaps summarize that even further down in this section of the testimony.
Okay. And then could the South Delta intakes, for instance, and this would be including CVP and SWP in this example, export 11,400 CFS? And then the North Delta intakes potentially divert 6,000 CFS at times?
I don't recall if those are the specific limits, if you will, if that's capacity that you're indicating. So I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you think that that would project operations such as reservoir releases be adjusted to accommodate export capacities?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, vague and ambiguous as to accommodate.
We can move on. The do you believe, Dr. Greenwood, that the South Delta entrainment risk may increase for longfin smelt with the added diversions from the DCP?
I don't believe that there would be I don't believe that there would be much of a difference. That was something that we looked at in our analyses. Given that there would still be ongoing South Delta management for potential longfin smelt entrainment, that management includes consideration of the distribution of the species. So to the extent that if there was hypothetically a difference in distribution because of a North Delta intake operations, the existing management for South Delta limitation of entrainment risk would still be applying, and therefore the entrainment risk would be still limited within the levels that are intended to minimize the potential for effects.
In your analysis, did you consider possible changes in the flow split, for instance, at Georgiana Slough as a result of withdrawal diversions of water at the proposed North Delta intakes?
That is part of the analysis, correct?
Isn't it possible that the removal of flows from the Sacramento River at the North Delta diversions would allow for would create less water going into Georgiana Slough and cause additional impacts to species such as the longfin smelt in the South Delta over current conditions?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, maybe I should back up. You said that you did consider the flow split, the changes to the flow split at Georgiana. Is that could happen with the North Delta diversions?
That's correct.
And so if North Delta diversions were, for instance, a total of 5,000 CFS, that would be less fresh water coming down into the flow split. Isn't that right? Do you know what it was? Do you know what was assumed?
What was assumed? Well, the modeling reflected the operational criteria assumptions that Mr. Singh had described in testimony. I think speaking to the issue, I think you were bringing this up in the sense of entrainment risk for longfin smelt, which I think we cite, or in the analyses that we've included, we cite the factors that affect the distribution. So it may be not necessarily that particular flow split that you were speaking of, but more just generally the delta outflow effects. And so I think that gets back to the issue that we were just discussing as far as the fact that there's the South Delta regulations to limit the risk of entrainment would still be applicable and would be considering factors such as the distribution of the species, and if that for some reason had changed because of North Delta operations, that would then be accounted for in the adjustments to South Delta operations. But yeah, so we have analyses such as the particle tracking modeling that we did for smelt species. Those are based on the DSM-2 hydro information, which is it's accounting for hydrodynamics within the delta as a result of the overall South and North Delta operations combined. So that would be getting at factors like the the flow split that you mentioned, as well as just more broadly delta outflow and flows and things in the other channels.
And then could looking at line 21 of the same page, mentions the white sturgeon. This is you've opined here starting at line 16 that the entrainment risk would be similar, but couldn't the diversion at the new intakes in the North Delta in the late winter or early spring increase the proportion of white sturgeon larvae, for instance, that enter the South Delta and may be entrained in South Delta exports?
Well, I think more broadly to the issue of the that flow split that you were focusing on. Thinking more in terms, I would say, of juvenile salmonids, there is, in addition to the restrictive operational criteria for the for limiting things such as flow survival effects on juvenile salmonids, there is also mitigation. That's the 3,500 acres of habitat for the North Delta hydrodynamics effect, which is addressing the flow split and essentially aiming to not increase the proportion of flow that's entering that flow split that leads into the interior delta, South Delta, where there's the risk of entrainment. So that would apply. It was focused really on juvenile salmonids, but that would also apply if there's other organisms such as the white sturgeon that you mentioned.
And do you know the location of the 3,500 acres of mitigation that you mentioned?
That's not something I think it's not been established.
And are you aware of the availability of 3,500 acres of land that could be turned into mitigation habitat that is required?
I'm not sure about. I'm aware of restoration projects that are contemplated for tidal habitat restoration of the type that's required or proposed and required under the ITP. I'm generally aware of places. I'm not sure of different specific acreages, but I'm aware of generally places.
There was already, was it 19,000 acres of tidal habitat developed under the 2009 biological opinions, or a similar number to that? So that wouldn't be mitigation for the Delta Conveyance project though, right?
I'm not sure about the 19,000 acres that you referenced, but as far as tidal habitat restoration that's been completed, that's not something that would be applicable for the Delta Conveyance project. The Delta Conveyance project mitigation would be separate or would be additional to any other mitigation that may have occurred for other projects. So.
And that 3,500 acres do you know whether it would likely require privately owned land in order to create that mitigation?
I don't know.
Okay. And do you know whether that mitigation, how many years it would take to establish that mitigation to provide the mitigation that is anticipated in the tunnel ITP?
Well, I think in this 3,500 acre example, I think that is, given that that's largely focused on a hydrodynamic mitigation effect, I think that would be quite rapid after the habitat is opened up. By opened up, I mean breaching of a levee to enable tidal flow to enter an area that was previously not connected to tidal areas. So I think that aspect of it would be, like I say, quite rapid after opening up the area.
Okay, let's see. Do your conclusions in your testimony about, and going back, this is just generally back to the original question I asked you at the beginning about how you didn't conclude that there would be unreasonable effects on fish from this project. Did you consider whether temporary urgency change petitions would be granted in the future when you made those conclusions?
Objection calls for speculation.
To the extent you can answer, go ahead, Dr. Gardner. I mean, I'm sorry, Dr. Greenwood.
I wasn't explicitly thinking of temporary urgency change petitions.
And you're aware that temporary urgency change petitions have been granted in the past to change the permit conditions for the operation of the existing projects in the South Delta during, especially during droughts, just speaking generally, correct?
I am aware of that, and I'm also aware during those types of processes that there is what I've observed biological reviews of the types of effects that could occur on fish and aquatic species in consideration of making a temporary urgency change order.
Mm-hmm. And then moving on to page 6, on lines 3 through 5, please. You discuss effects on salmonids. Is your opinion that the proposed project would reasonably protect salmonids? With respect to that, is it your opinion that the effects of the long-term operation of the CVP and the SWP in the new configuration and operation with the DCP?
Sorry, by new configuration, you mean
the new
the recent, sorry, the new intakes, did you say?
Well,
Or
with the new intakes, yeah. That's what I mean by new configuration.
sorry, and then you mean, just to clarify, you're meaning to essentially layer on the DCP to the long-term operations as was recently permitted with biological opinions and ITP 2024.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. I think the modeling that I discussed later in the testimony that summarizes the ITP criteria as well as in relation to the final EIR and ITP application criteria. I think as Mr. Singh described, that the ITP captured some of those more recent changes. And so what I was looking at was just to basically ensure that it looked similar to the prior modeling that we had. So my opinions then would be still consistent with the recent long-term ops, as you were asking.
And the more recent federal permitting is those are non-jeopardy federal opinions. Is that right?
Non-jeopardy in the sense that the agencies did not conclude that the operations would not jeopardize. Is that what you mean?
Correct.
Correct. That's my understanding.
Is it, in your opinion, are the existing operations of the SWP and CVP detrimental to the fish populations?
Could you clarify what you mean by detrimental?
If there were negative impacts on fish populations?
Objection as to relevance?
Overruled.
Based on the information I've seen, there is the potential for negative effects, and similar to some of the issues we've discussed this morning, there are operational criteria that are intended to limit the risk to species as a result of the operations.
And let's see, with respect to larval sturgeon, do those begin to show up in surveys around the beginning of March of the year? Generally?
Are you meaning, could you clarify the species of sturgeon and where you're meaning? Which geographic location?
I'm referring up into the North Delta, where the new intakes are proposed, and with the larval white sturgeon, do those show up in them generally around March? Is that correct?
I'd have to look back at the specifics on the timing, but I would say generally that sounds right. I think in our effects analysis, we considered a period that may have been slightly broader, may have included February as well as a consideration, but I think March and then subsequent months perhaps is the main period, and there is this apart from that seasonality, it's also, I think, dependent on hydrological conditions, so more likely to occur in wetter years.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that diversions in the winter from the North Delta diversions would put adult smelt, longfin smelt in the Western or Northern Delta at greater risk to South Delta diversions?
Sorry, adult longfin smelt?
Correct.
Well, I think this is touching again on the similar issue that we discussed earlier, as far as if there was an effect on distribution, and this is, I think, something that we looked at. There are operational criteria that are limiting risk to longfin smelt, which includes adults, larvae, juveniles from South Delta entrainment that would be in consideration of factors such as distribution of the species. And so to the extent that there were changes as a result of North Delta operations, the South Delta operations are include criteria that would be reflecting environmental conditions, however they had arisen.
And this would be not sooner than in the year 2044 or so? Is that the time frame that we would be assessing this issue in operations if the project was built?
You mean when is the commencement of operations?
Correct.
I'd have to look back at the specifics on the timeline, but I think that sometime in the early to mid 2040s sounds correct based on my recollection.
And then the ITP that was issued, it only authorizes operations for 2 years, correct?
I believe that's correct. So essentially, construction, and then a 2-year primarily testing period with different specifications for the testing that are mentioned in the ITP, including the conditions of approval.
Would you agree that there is at least some uncertainty about what the hydrodynamic conditions would be in the delta, in the areas we were just discussing in 20 years, about 20 years from now?
I would say that it's not, obviously it's not known exactly what conditions may be. And that's, to some degree, that's true today as well, given that hydrological conditions vary considerably. But I think the ITP, and I would say generally the project, I think those are the types of things that are contemplated as far as you know, efforts that are needed to assess in light of the prevailing conditions at the time of the commencement or the testing of operations.
And in the updated baseline for the ITP modeling, it was assumed that the voluntary agreement would be implemented. Is that right? What's sometimes called healthy rivers.
I think, yeah, Mr. Singh would have had the specific detail on that. I'm not sure I would characterize it as implementation, because I think that's quite a broad program. I think there's elements of that program that were included, some of the elements related to the delta, and I think those are consistent, I think, with the pieces that are in the long-term operations that was just permitted. I believe I think that's how I understand it.
Are you aware that the voluntary agreement, if it was adopted, has a 7-year time frame during which the actions that are proposed would be carried out, for instance, such as flow releases?
7 year. My recollection was 8-year, but certainly something of that nature.
And you may be correct. I'm going from memory. 7 or 8 years, let's say. So isn't it possible that in say 20 or more years from now, whatever those actions that could happen under voluntary agreements would no longer be occurring when a project began operation? Is that
Objection calls for speculation.
You can answer, Dr. Greenwood, to the extent you can.
Can you just repeat the question so I can answer it accurately?
Yeah, I guess I was just looking for the asking about the potential inconsistency between assuming that the actions that are included, such as flows in the voluntary agreements, would be implemented during the time that the project would be operated, and the fact that the way the voluntary agreement is written, it's a 7, 8, or 8-year time period that those actions would take place.
Objection relevance. Both modeling runs, the with and without project, contain those assumptions, so it wouldn't impact the results.
Well, I'm not sure, maybe back up one. I'm not sure that I heard a question exactly. So maybe Ms. Meserve, you can rephrase and make sure there's a question in there.
Good point. I'm asking Dr. Greenwood, are you aware that the timeline for carrying out the voluntary agreement measures such as flow releases is described in the Water Quality Control Plan SED to be a 7 or 8 year period that could be concluded prior to the project becoming operational.
Am I aware that it could be concluded? I'm aware.
So if both with and without project include releases that may well not be occurring, say 12 years after, for 12 years, once the project got operational, would you be concerned that the flows that were assumed to be in place would actually not be there?
Objection. Relevance as to the Delta Conveyance project also calls for speculation, assumes that there would be no other replacement standard at the time that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes expires or is potentially renewed.
Maybe I'm going to give this a shot, which probably is a mistake, but we'll see if I can try this. Dr. Greenwood, I'll try a question. Would any of the conclusions in your testimony change if the voluntary agreements were not to be, what we're calling the voluntary agreements, were not to be continued and were not in place when this project was operational?
Well, I wouldn't say that my opinions are dependent on voluntary agreements. They're something that are they're accounted for in the modeling, as we discussed a little earlier, in terms of that scenario capturing those. But we also have the other, as far as assessing Delta Conveyance projects effects, we have the other scenarios that I looked at that don't have voluntary agreements in them, from which I still had the same conclusions. So, I think more broadly speaking, the presence or not of something like voluntary agreements, I mean, whatever the situation is, that'll have to be assessed as part of the further development of this project. So that's the type of thing I think that's described, for example, in the conditions of approval of the ITP, that the modeling will need to account for whatever changes there may be. So I think that would be my response to that issue.
Thank you. And now you've had a chance to think, Ms. Mazur, so I'll hand it back to you.
And at that point in time, the project would already be constructed, right? At the time of the assessments that are described in the ITP that you just referenced.
Well, it may depend on specifics as far as the level of development or refinement of particular features of the project operations, or the underlying regulations, for example, that it may need to operate to. Some of those things may already be established prior to the exact completion of construction, for example, but it could be more on the timeline that you're suggesting as well.
And given that the authority for take issued in the Fish and Wildlife's, the CDFW's ITP, is for the 2 years, it's possible that the restrictions to protect fish generally in the ITP may change after that 2 years. Isn't that correct?
Well, it's possible, certainly.
And it would be informed by the studies. Is that right?
Objection, vacant, ambiguous as to studies, calls for speculation.
My understanding is there's 2 years of studies to look at effectiveness of the measures and conditions, and that's what I'm referring to.
Well, I can answer. The 2 years that we spoke of earlier is more of the specific testing period for the intakes. So initial operations, different studies that inform potential refinements to operational criteria and so on. Those aren't limited to those 2 years. Biological studies of the type that I've discussed with some of the prior questioners as well. Those are, if we were to look at some of the sources that I've referenced in my testimony, some of those contemplate multiple years, of which those would be leading up to initial operations and so on. So it's a bit different timeline depending on the different aspects that you're referring to.
Thank you for that clarification. And it is possible that the amount of water that the ITP modeling that's been done for this hearing, if the restrictions were stricter than they are collectively stricter with respect to the amount of diversions, less water could be produced than was assumed in the ITP modeling that was done for your revised testimony, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean less water could be produced? Well, maybe we'll start there.
Certainly. My understanding is that there was a slight reduction in modeled water supplies made available that was a result of the layering on of the ITP and the other changes that were made. And then I'm just asking about whether additional reductions in light of the studies that Dr. Greenwood was just mentioning would occur once construction was complete, could reduce those volumes of water further.
All right. Dr. Greenwood, please.
So if there were additional restrictions,
Correct. For instance, a bypass flow, something of that nature.
well, I could say somewhat confidently, if less water was diverted, then presumably there would be less water produced, as you were putting it. So if that's for water supply or something, I don't know. Obviously, I'm not an expert on water supply and that type of thing, but more restrictive criteria that reduced the amount of diversion. Certainly, as I would understand, it would result in less water produced, as you put it.
And thinking of looking at your testimony on page 6 again, do you know how the take limits would be determined for the listed fish at the intakes in the North Delta?
I'm sorry, which part are we specifically looking at?
With respect to the larval longfin smelt.
Larval longfin smelt at the North Delta intakes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that I'm stated that there's take limits of that type, if you're meaning like number of fish or that sort of thing. I think it's more focused on meeting the criteria for the effectiveness of those screens that would minimize the potential for take. So approach velocity, sweeping velocity, that type of thing. So sometimes those are thought of as take in the sense of being environmental surrogates indicative of the potential for risk of take. So those, again, may be more likely to be sort of representative of the take.
And the velocity profiles at the screens, they would vary with the river flows, wouldn't they?
Can you clarify what you mean by velocity profile?
The if we're talking about the sweeping velocity requirements in the criteria, the 0.4 FPS or greater, that's on page 8, line 13, for instance.
So velocity, so you're asking essentially, would velocity vary based on flow? Is that what you're asking? Hydrological conditions? Or
Yes.
it would tend to vary, correct, based on riverine flow and other factors.
And as well as the intake rates, the amount of water that was being taken in to the intakes.
Specifically relating to sweeping velocity, or
Correct.
to some degree it may be. I think that's more of a factor that's affecting approach velocity, the velocity of the water moving through the screen. Sorry, can you repeat the? I think there's another element to this I just want to capture. Can you repeat the question?
Would the velocity profile or the ability to meet the sweeping velocity vary with the amount of water being diverted into the screened intake?
Yeah, so in addition to the piece that I was mentioning, I think what I was really thinking of was that given that there are two intakes, there'll be a need to consider the effects of both intakes on sweeping velocity, and so therefore particularly consideration of flow downstream of the intakes, the riverine flow downstream of the intakes is going to play into that potential effect. So I think what you were getting at was diversions can affect sweeping velocity, and it'll be important to account for both of the intakes, in my opinion.
And then can you describe the zone of influence that the cylindrical screens would have into the river?
The zone of influence, could you
Like,
clarify?
do you know or have you looked at how far out into the river there would be an influence of the diversion at these intakes?
So we have looked at perhaps something that's analogous to what you're meaning, cross what do we call it? Cross stream position. So essentially it would be thinking about looking at velocity profiles. How far out into the river do we see the potential for flow to be being moved towards the intakes? So we did that as part of our actually for our juvenile salmonid potential exposure to the screens in consideration of near field effects. So actually the term we used was critical streak line. So streak line being basically something similar, I think, to the hydrodynamic zone of influence that you were meaning. So we had some modeling that gave information about that and how that varied in relation to the different conditions, be they different riverine flows as well as different different stages of the tidal conditions.
And in the proposed project, are there 30 consecutive screen units? If in with counting both diversions, is that the right number?
Let's see. I'm trying to remember the specific number. I think it's, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on it right now. I'd have to look back at some of the effects analysis just to confirm.
Just going with 30 because I'm not exactly sure if that is just one intake or both, looking at my notes right now, so I apologize. But considering it's multiple screen units that are all in a row at each intake. That's kind of the general configuration, right?
Multiple cylindrical screens with small gaps in between them.
Yeah. And would juvenile salmon suffer fatigue from multiple screen exposures?
It's hard to say as far as the specifics on the screen exposures. What we've looked at is potential passage times based on laboratory studies that have been done that you know we've tried to bracket in terms of if they just encountered one screen versus if they encountered the full array of screens, so the total length of screen, how that passage time may differ based on that. Those laboratory studies, so in terms of the potential for negative effects, laboratory studies didn't suggest the potential for negative effects such as injury or mortality. But there is something where we've identified that there needs to be additional study, and so that's part of the information that I indicated in with respect to the ITP application, but then it's also something I think that's been refined further as far as the requirements and the conditions of approval for the ITP.
And the NOAA Fisheries does say that then isn't the NIMF's guidance that the exposure to a screen should be less than 60 seconds?
I'd have to see the particular source. I know there's different suggestions that are provided in different documents, and I think it can be somewhat dependent on the different environments that are being considered. There are differences, I think, based on types of technology as well, and there is also they're not sort of they are, I would say, sort of guidance or recommendations, but they may not apply always in all situations.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Didn't the draft DIR show that the duration of exposure of salmon to the North Delta diversions would be in minutes or hours rather than seconds due to the lengthy intake, the length of the intakes and the multiple screens being lined up next to each other along the river?
I'd have to, I mean, I would look at the final EIR if I was looking at something, but I recall that there were durations on the order of minutes or hours, certainly within that.
And are you aware of any other diversions using the cylindrical screens for so many of them together for something that added up to 3,000 CFS of diversion capacity?
I'm not aware of a configuration such as the one, exactly like the one that's being contemplated under DCP. We reviewed the available information regarding cylindrical screens, and certainly while there are some that are large capacity, that currently there's not available information for a similar configuration. And so, I think this is a big driver of needing to conduct the types of studies that are included or proposed in the ITP application and required by the ITP to fill these knowledge gaps.
Is it fair to say that the uses of the cylindrical screens would be applied in location, or would be the amount of water diverted not nearly as much as what is proposed here. So if here each diversion was 3,000 CFS, the examples did not add up to that much diversion. Is that fair to say?
The couple of specific examples I was thinking of that I believe we cite in the effects analysis. One of them is based on my recollection, at least an order of magnitude smaller. The other one, I'd have to check back. I do recall it being fairly substantial because I think it was for cooling water of a power plant, which, based on my experience, that does need quite a considerable amount of water. I don't believe it was the same as 6,000 CFS, but I would really need to look back at the foundational study just to recall what the actual amount was.
And then are you aware whether the T-screens that we're discussing have been applied in a tidal environment such as the North Delta?
I believe that they have been.
And do you know what the example of that would be?
I don't recall specific examples. I just remember seeing examples of different projects that one of the screen manufacturers had undertaken that included different types of screens, including cylindrical screens, which I believe I recall there being examples within the Delta.
Would you think that the risk would increase during incoming tides when the new downstream flows would decline or reverse for salmon, for instance, coming down the river past the intakes?
Sorry, can you repeat it, and maybe also could you clarify what you mean by risk?
Would the risk of entrainment or impingement increase during the incoming tides at the North Delta intakes for migrating salmon, for instance?
Well, I think those screen criteria, which are actually more restrictive, or the velocity criteria are below are less than the requirements for salmon in terms of the approach velocity. I think the screens, as our analysis showed, should be, with respect to entrainment, should be almost entirely excluding fish from the risk of entrainment based on their size. And then with respect to impingement, the available studies that I had reviewed didn't show a quantitative relationship of impingement to hydrodynamic variables, specifically the approach velocity and the sweeping velocity. So to the extent that velocity changes because of the tidal situation that you gave the example of, I wouldn't expect there to be much, if any, difference based on that as far as entrainment and impingement risk.
So it's your opinion that the tide doesn't have any impact on the sweeping velocity that would be at the screen?
That wasn't what my testimony was. You were specifically asking about risk of entrainment and impingement.
Okay.
That's
Sorry.
a different question.
And do you believe there would be more risk to fish coming down the river during nighttime diversions as opposed to daytime diversions?
Are you meaning, again, risk in term? Well, can you clarify? Is it entrainment and impingement again as far as risk?
Correct. Yeah, entrainment and impingement.
I think that is something that we have looked at as far as the potential differences. I think that was a factor that we looked at in terms of the passage time, day versus night. Again, the laboratory studies that we had didn't indicate a relationship of different factors as far as particularly impingement risk, given that, as I mentioned, the entrainment risk would be virtually none because of the size of the fish. So, you know, I don't think it would vary for that based on the recollection of the information.
So you didn't consider proposing a condition, for instance, that would limit nighttime diversions due to the for instance, the higher likelihood that salmon migrate at night?
Well, there was consideration of that, and it was more. It wasn't. I would say that it wasn't so much in terms of what we were talking about were near field type effects, so entrainment, impingement. It was more a far field in terms of just tending to migrate at night, and therefore being able to, you know, there may be differences in terms of things like the far field flow survival effect, depending on if you are diverting by day and by night. And so that was a consideration, but there was some modeling that was done with the EcoPTM model, which is a model that can actually capture the fine scale. The inputs are essentially 15-minute DSM-2 hydro inputs. And so we compared what I would call uniform operations, so where the diversions are more spread through the day, to a scenario where there's the diversions are more their diversions aren't happening in the nighttime, or most of them aren't happening in the nighttime, they're happening in the daytime. And those showed a minimal difference. And that I should mention, that model accounted for behavior. The EcoPTM model has it captures the tendency of the fish to be migrating more at night based on the observed studies.
And on page 8, on line 9, line 1, maybe it's page 9. Oh, on page 9, at the top there, it says available studies. Were those representative of the proposed design?
Well, I think they were the available information, and so I think, just for example, relating back to the impingement screen, the near field materials that we were discussing earlier, or the near field potential effects that we were talking about earlier. I mean, that was a study that was done in a laboratory situation where it's not possible to replicate the full extent of what a large fish screen may be in a laboratory situation in order to be able to derive information that could inform potential effects. But they had developed essentially a flume study, so that the fish would be encountering a simulated screen in a kind of circular configuration, so that would represent a very long screen, you know, of the type where it may be a single long screen, or it may be, you know, multiple smaller screens, such as the situation that's proposed for DCP. So it was intended to be representative of longer, or you know, longer screens generally, while not being obviously specific to the DCP situation.
And in that study, did it try to simulate slack tide and incoming tide?
I mean, it was assessing a variety of conditions as far as sweeping and approach velocity. I'd need to look at the specific study again. I think I do recall there being zero sweeping velocity, or certainly a low sweeping velocity, which would, at least from the from the perspective of DCP, given that DCP the requirements for DCP operations include at least 0.4 feet per second sweeping velocity. If that gets as low as that because of tidal conditions, well, that would have been captured by that study, which had values of sweeping velocity even lower than that. Again, I'd have to look at the details just to be sure, but I think it's representative of the variety of conditions
In a lab.
in a laboratory study.
Yeah.
Mesocosm, I suppose.
And then in terms of downstream from the proposed intakes, are you familiar with the non-physical barrier that was constructed by Department of Water Resources at Georgiana Slough to try to reduce the number of fish straying into the central delta toward the pumps that are existing down there?
I'm generally familiar with that. Are you referring to a particular implementation of it? There were pilot studies in 2011, 2012, and then more recently.
I'm thinking of the more recent. This was implemented as part of a reasonable and prudent alternative from the 2009 biological opinions, I believe. And my question is whether you believe that the diversions from the Delta Conveyance project may have an effect on the bubble curtain operation.
Well, I think that based on the information that I've seen for the operations of that non-physical barrier, bubble curtain, as you put it, that showed to be effective across a couple of years, and I've not seen information for the recent implementation of it. But I recall the information for the 2011, 2012 pilot studies, one of which was during a year with quite high flows, 2011, and then the subsequent year, 2012, had more of a it was less wet than 2011, and so there was a broader variety of conditions, and it still had effectiveness in terms of deterring fish from entering the interior delta. So I think given the operational restrictions on DCP North Delta operations, given the required and proposed criteria, and the mitigation as well, I would expect it to still be quite effective.
Yeah, are you aware of the 2023 write-up on the bubble curtain that said that the tagged fish it kept 82 to 92% of those baby salmon in the Sacramento River rather than straying into Georgiana Slough?
Objection, relevance lacks foundation.
Yeah, the relevance was just whether the changes in the flow split may impact the effectiveness of this measure, which appears to be positive for salmon.
Maybe can we start with that piece of it, or just rephrase the question, if you would, please, Ms. Meserve.
Yeah, and it sounds like perhaps Dr. Greenwood is not familiar with the more recent write-ups. So it's not a scientific study. It's something that I read in Maven, which I could put up, but I was just kind of trying to understand if this potential interaction had been considered really.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I'd maybe seen the similar, brief statement about that. The number sounds familiar. But as far as the potential for negative effects, I think that goes back to my prior question, essentially, given the information that 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 I'd previously looked at from the pilot studies that included a variety of hydrological conditions.
Okay. Let's see. And I know I keep mentioning this flow split issue, but is there somewhere I could go to where I could see what the assumed flow split was in the analysis that you know of, Dr. Greenwood? Because I did look for that
Oh,
at
flow.
Georgiana Slough under project operations.
Yeah, and I wouldn't really characterize it as an assumed flow split. I mean, it's really just a summary of the modeling that is based on the operational criteria. So the analyses that we did would be in the chapter, I think you have all of the documents, but chapter 12 of the final EIR, impact Aqua 2,
Okay.
which is for effective operations and maintenance on winter on Chinook salmon. And then within that, there's consideration of near field and far field effects. So it would be something that's in the far field effects, and it would be, I think it's characterized as hydrodynamic effects. It would be somewhere near the north through delta survival effects section.
Okay.
And that's looking at it, I think it's looking at it more in a proportion of flow entering the junction, because I think that's the key element for consideration in that respect. There may be additional information in one of the associated appendices that's cited from that section that would also be providing perhaps more detail on that junction, as well as a number of other junctions that are relevant to through delta migration considerations for juvenile salmon.
And in thinking about the juvenile salmon that you discuss in the page 11, line 16. Let's see. You mentioned is this under far field effects? No. Oh, I think it goes on to the next page, but it's talking about the hydrodynamic effects in the North Delta. How would what if the studies showed a greater proportion of diversion into the Delta cross channel in Georgiana Slough because of the DCP operations?
Sorry, which we're looking at line 16.
Page
16
sorry,
and
I kept going to the next page. I'm sorry. The next page, page 12, line 3. And it mentions
okay.
50 studies being undertaken for far field effects. And I'm asking about how would those studies validate unknown limited negative effects?
Well, it depends on the nature of the study, as far as how they would do it. There's different things that are contemplated for different things, depending on what the objectives are for the studies. So, were you meaning in terms of the through delta? Sorry, which part were you meaning a particular part of that, or?
Well, I was focusing on the estimates of limited negative effects. It sounds like you've concluded there's limited negative effects, and then how would the studies validate that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so just as an example, which is one of the ones I think that's discussed here. So for through delta survival, we have there's performance thresholds that would be looked at related to some of the biological criteria, and then those would be essentially assessed. There are additional biological criteria that are requirements of the ITP, some of the conditions of approval that I also cite. So those are to be assessed as well, and that would be, I think, the combination of the results of the studies, so baseline period compared to project period as well, and then they would be looking to see had a particular performance threshold been exceeded or not met.
Okay. And then going to page 18 of your testimony, at the top of the page there, you're discussing sediment. And with the concept that's being advanced of diverting water during wintertime high flows, during excess conditions, would that maximize entrainment of suspended sediment, which is key to factor in fish migration and other benefits?
Not sure really what you mean by maximize in the question. Could you
Maybe I can
clarify?
clarify. Yeah, sure. If during the wintertime flows, there's more sediment in the Sacramento River, doesn't that maximize diversion of sediment more so than, say, diversion during periods when the clarity may be higher during lower flows?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Isn't the proposal to divert during high flows, those are the same times when there's more sediment in the river, right?
There tends to be more sediment coming down the river during the higher flow times of the year, such as the winter.
Yeah. So that could affect fish migration negatively, right?
I'm not sure about fish migration. I mean, we've assessed fish migration in terms of, far field flow survival effects, for example, as we've been discussing. The entrainment of sediment and the way that we look at that is what is based on the modeling that we have, what is the proportion of the sediment that otherwise would have entered the delta, moved into the delta, gone downstream of the delta perhaps? What proportion of that could be reduced by the operations of the North Delta intakes based on the available modeling? And that's, I would say, more so of a concern for the overall the overall sediment that's available, particularly for resuspension at other times of the year, where, for example, delta smelt are known to occur in more turbid areas, and turbid areas are often a function of the amount of sediment that's available for resuspension. So that was really, I would say, that was the main point of that particular analysis.
Okay. And on page 22, line 18, you discuss that the delta smelt protections would also be generally protective of green sturgeon and white sturgeon. Would the screens be protective of the white sturgeon larva?
it is dependent on the, I guess, on the size of larvae or early juveniles. So when I indicate they're generally protective, I then go on to discuss where there is the potential for entrainment of white sturgeon larvae. Green sturgeon larvae are upstream, so they're not occurring in the same area as the North Delta intakes, but there is overlap with the white sturgeon. As we mentioned earlier, typically in wetter years is when we might be seeing those larvae moving downstream into the delta in bigger numbers. So there is what I talk about there is the potential risk from the diversions during that time period that we discussed earlier. So perhaps I think you mentioned March, or the way we looked at it was February to May or June, I believe, just to capture a broader potential period of occurrence. So we looked at this with criteria suggested by, again, UC Davis laboratory studies for what which velocities would be protective of juvenile or larval sturgeon, green and white sturgeon, at different times of the year. So there's a summary that shows the velocity by month. And so what my testimony, which is based on the effects analysis that we had, was basically summarizing which of the months do have some risk. And so it is overlapping that that period that we were talking about. And so I then go on to illustrate that based on the operational criteria, the percentages of the flow, which would be an indicator of the potential risk, are quite limited in terms of that time of the year because of various operational criteria.
And that's with respect to the larval white sturgeon.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's see. Hearing Officer Kinsey, this would probably be a good time to break so I could try to trim down the questions that I had if you didn't mind taking lunch a few minutes early.
Sure, that makes sense to me if it'll help us move efficiently. And it sounds like from that you don't have can you give us a range estimate? What's your high end on how much additional that you might have?
I think I could finish it up in a half hour or less. And I apologize that it's taking a little while.
Understood. Ms. Carroll.
I was just wondering if others could also take the lunch hour to maybe, excuse me, figure out the order for crossing panel 4 and estimates of time for that panel.
Great.
That would be really helpful. Thank you.
It would be for all of us. Thank you. So please do that. Think about the order of cross for panel 4 and also estimates of time for panel 4. And we'll maybe I'll let Ms. Meserve finish. And anyway, I'll collect those from you certainly before we break for the day, but possibly right when we get back from lunch, unless you need more time. Let's go ahead and take, we won't do a full hour. Let's plan to reconvene at 12:45. So I will see you then. We'll break until 12:45. Welcome back. It's 12:46. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
I didn't hear you if you said yes.
You didn't hear me. Uh-oh.
Am I having an audio problem?
I
That's
can
possible.
hear you.
You can hear me?
Now I can hear you. It may have been my audio problem, but now I can
Okay.
hear you. Thank you.
Yes, I'm ready, Hearing Officer
Yes.
Kinsey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have Dr. Greenwood, Ms. Carroll, and Ms. Meserve. Why don't we go ahead and get back to your questions, Ms. Meserve, and then I will take a poll around the room about panel 4 after that. So back to you.
Okay. Okay. I am going to page 32 of your testimony, Dr. Greenwood, which is some outputs from the updated modeling. And I believe Mr. Cho asked you some questions about this, and unfortunately I did not hear that. So I forgive me if it is the same. But looking at on page 32, these are averages of the calcium 3 modeling output for the 94 period of record. Is that correct?
They are averages by month and by water year type for the different scenarios that we see there, listed in the header rows. And so I think it's 94 years for the final EIR modeling and 100 years for the ITP application and the ITP modeling.
Okay. And then since these are averages, the percentage reduction in flows shown in, for instance, the last column, they would be greater at times and less at times than shown in the percentages. If you were to go to a daily scale, for instance.
They could be, yes, but I think these are, obviously representative of the general patterns in the data.
Does a fish experience flows in monthly averages?
They wouldn't be experiencing the flows in the monthly averages. Obviously, the experience would be essentially instantaneous. But we do have modeling that is looking at a finer scale, quantitative modeling. And so just based on my experience and looking at those types of modeling results at the finer scale and how that relates to outputs such as these, I think this is giving a good indication of the overall similarity, the types of effects that there may be.
And so the instantaneous, as you termed it, reductions in flow below the North Delta diversions that would be experienced by fish, isn't it possible that those could have negative impacts on fish beyond what the averages we're seeing here?
Well, the potential for effects would be a reflection of whatever the conditions are at the time. I think we've analyzed some of the quantitative results that I've referenced in my testimony are analyzing at that finer scale, and so based on my observations of how those align at that scale with these generalized summaries of monthly differences of data, while this is at that monthly scale, I think it is still representative of the types of effects that we would expect.
Although some of the percentages could be higher and some could be lower than what we've seen, the range that we see, for instance, in the last column on this page, for instance.
That's correct on a finer timescale.
Okay. Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, could we please look at the operations plan, which is DWR 805R? I just had a couple questions about this for Dr. Greenwood, and if we could go to page 9, please. And if we go toward the center of the page, it says the DCP would not change operational criteria for associated with upstream reservoirs. Do you see that?
Which line? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. It's right under 2.1.
Okay. I see that.
Would your assessment of the fishery impacts that's in your testimony, would it potentially change if those upstream reservoir operational criteria were to change?
Well, I mean, it would depend on it would depend on obviously the specific changes, if there were such hypothetical changes that occurred. But in general, I think given that the DCP is really focused on having operational criteria that are, they're reflecting the flows in the river. So for example, at the North Delta intakes, I mean, those restrictions on diversions, those are set percentages, for example. If you look at the ITP, there's tables showing the percentages. So I mean, those are dependent upon the flows coming into the delta, which would obviously be a reflection of reservoir operations, regardless of whether those were exactly the same or not. So I think the conclusions would be the same. Again, it's a little bit speculative, not really knowing what if there were these hypothetical changes you mentioned, but I think in general that's how I would see it.
And you're aware, Dr. Greenwood, that on page 5 of the operations plan, it says, and I think at the end as well, it says it's a living document and will be updated periodically to reflect applicable laws, etc.
Sorry,
It's
where does
down
it say
at the
that?
bottom. I'm sorry, at the bottom of this page, I believe. Yeah, that last paragraph.
I see that.
So, I mean, I guess, so it's possible, given that this is a living document, that the statement that we looked at before, for instance, about operational criteria changing to accommodate the Delta Tunnel, that could change too, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I got a little bit lost.
Oh, I apologize. The statement that we read on page 9 about the Delta Tunnel not changing operational criteria associated with, say, for instance, SWP reservoirs that DWR controls, like, say, Orville. In the future, there could be such changes carried out by Department of Water Resources, couldn't there?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what changes and timing of such changes.
I'm speaking of the operational changes associated with upstream reservoirs such as Orville.
Still vague and
Well-
ambiguous as to if it's associated with the DCP or the larger state water project and is a requirement of a regulation.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think you're fairly clear. It's operation that is different than what is current. Is that fair to characterize it that way, Ms. Meserve?
Yes.
Okay. Well, If you can answer, please go ahead, Dr. Greenwood.
Well, I mean, specific to this document, which, as you noted here, is described as a living document. I mean, if we were to go back to that prior page that we were looking at, that was just specifically speaking to that was speaking to upstream reservoir operations, and so if let's hypothetically, if those were hypothetically changed, that wouldn't necessarily result in a change to this plan. I mean, it could still be applicable that this document would say it's not going to change upstream operations of the reservoirs, because that whatever they had been changed to, it could still say the same thing about it not being changed. So, I guess it's specific on, is that something that's happening irrespective of DCP? Is it a DCP thing? It's kind of.
And it's in the future, 20 years or more. But yeah, it is a possibility that in particular DWR, right, could change how it coordinates operation of the Delta Tunnel with reservoirs it operates, such as Orville, right?
I mean, that it's a possibility. I mean, again, speculating, of course, but if there were any such changes, I think these are the types of things that, they would trigger, for example, the need to consider, is there a need for an ITP amendment, for example? That's sort of clearly written within the conditions of approval of the ITP, that would be those, or not that, but those types of things would be something that would need then reconsideration of operational criteria and so on.
And that would, if there was a change in reservoir operations, that would change the analysis that you carried out it as well, right?
Objection, relevance.
I'm just trying to focus in on the scope of the testimony that Dr. Greenwood has provided and what the sideboards around it are.
I think go ahead, Dr. Greenwood.
So just to recap the question, it was if there were future changes in upstream operations, would that change my analysis?
Would it require a revisiting of your analysis in light of those changes?
I mean, there would be new analyses, perhaps, that might be required. I think this goes back to the issue of the ITP conditions of approval and what, some of the triggers that might require an amendment of the ITP. So, it's possible. I wouldn't describe it as necessarily whatever you said regarding my particular analysis, but certainly analyses might have to be done depending on the nature of the change.
If we could go back to page 9, please. And in the center of the page, it discusses the intakes augmenting the ability to capture excess flows. I'm having a hard time finding that. Oh, it's under 2.2.1. It's the second sentence there, Dr. Greenwood. Do you see where I'm referring to?
I see that.
And it says that the DCP is not proposing to increase the total quantity of water permitted for diversion under existing DWR water rights, is that section. Would the Delta Tunnel, if operated, increase the total export and reduce carriage water requirements with an export increase of up to 6,000 CFS at specific times?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
If you can just please ask the question again, Ms. Meserve, I'm trying to track it.
Sure. Would the DCP increase the total export and reduce carriage water requirements up to the additional 16 CFS that the capacity that's provided by these proposed facilities at specific times?
I think you meant 6,000 CFS, right?
Yes, thank you.
And then I didn't mean to, that was not intended to be an overruling of the objection. Ms. Moore, I think it was Ms. Morris. Does your objection still stand?
It does. And also it's a compound question. It's asking about reduction of exports and carriage water.
I think that's fair. I think, Ms. Meserve, we need to break this one down. This one's a
Okay,
tricky question,
you're
Yeah.
right.
or at least complicated. I don't know if it's tricky. I didn't mean it that way.
Okay. So, I mean, the physical capacity of the DCP, Dr. Greenwood, is to increase the capacity of the SWP physically at least by 6,000 CFS, up to 6,000 CFS, right?
I believe it does that. That is the capacity, as I understand them, of the North Delta facilities proposed.
And would just going with the operation of the 6,000 CFS capacity, would that that could reduce delta outflow to the bay, right? I think we covered that.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to time, incomplete hypothetical.
What time
And-
period are you considering here, Ms. Meserve?
When the 6,000 CFS capacity was used?
Same objection. Maybe I'll just, is it excess conditions or balance conditions? Because that's what this is specifically talking about.
Well, I think it would be in excess conditions according to the operations plan, if I'm not mistaken.
And maybe Ms. Meserve, this might be encompassed in this question, but just for me, as relatively new to the Delta, are you talking about diversion, direct diversion, or diversion of released storage water?
It could be either. I mean, I think I'm thinking of what the question is going to, whether compared to existing conditions today, if we were to add the 6,000 CFS capacity and put it in place and operate it during excess conditions, would that reduce the delta outflow to the bay, during the time periods when it was occurring? So there could, let's say, without releases. Maybe that's the way to make it more clear.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the question is. Can we have it with all the components?
I'm gonna move on from it because I think it's written confusing and I'm not sure how to fix it. There's another part of it I wanted to ask about. Let me try to do that. Would if the 6,000 CFS was operational in the North Delta once the facility was built, could the operation of those diversions increase the proportion of San Joaquin water that would be exported from the South Delta?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to time, incomplete hypothetical. Assumes facts not in evidence.
I sustained. I think these are, I'm also not sure Dr. Greenwood is the right. I mean, maybe he knows to the extent that he used the modeling to conduct his analysis, but he's also the aquatic species expert, not the operations or modeling expert.
I'll keep moving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Greenwood, did you see the there's a statement, I believe, we're still on this page where it says the North Delta intakes will be used to capture additional flows consistent with their existing water rights for SWP exports. Should mark this. Oh, it's the first bullet. If we scroll down a little bit, thank you. I'm needing some glasses apparently. Do you see where it mentions the existing 10,350 CFS limitation in DWR's water right permit?
I see that first paragraph.
And do you know how often in the past SWP has been able to export up to the reference 10,350 CFS from the Delta using the existing facilities?
Objection, relevance outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
Overrule it to the extent you know, Dr. Greenwood.
Sorry, the question was, do I know how frequently or how often or?
Yeah, do you know how often in the past or if ever that SWP has been able to export the number that's shown in the first bullet there?
I don't know.
See. And is it your testimony, is the overall conclusion of your testimony kind of going back to the big picture like we started out, that the additional 6,000 CFS that would be allowed under certain excess conditions in the late fall, winter would not have an impact on the Bay Delta fish or their habitat?
I wouldn't characterize my testimony that way.
Is it your testimony that it would not be an unreasonable effect on the Bay Delta fish and habitat?
Yeah, my testimony is really focused on the overall potential effects of the project. So that includes operations, which may at times be 6,000 CFS based on the capacity and obviously the prevailing hydrological conditions. So my testimony is as stated in the written documents I provided.
And then with the addition of the new North Delta intakes, the total export capacity of CVP and SWP, that would be up near 15,000 CFS if there was 50,000 CFS Delta inflow. Would that 50,000 CFS inflow be an extraordinary occurrence that could lead to high salvage and entrainment rates under those excess conditions?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Which part?
It's asking a question about, and it's also assuming facts, not an evidence, about diversions with no particular time other than an excess. It's very unclear what components are remaining of the question, like where the diversions are occurring, the amount, the cap.
I thought that maybe Ms. Meserve, can you try the question again? I thought those were, you may not have described the allocation between the proposed North Delta intakes and the South Delta intakes, but maybe run the question by one more time.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the nature of the question has to do with if there, excuse me, if there is these very high inflows into the delta, like 50,000 CFS coming down the Sacramento River, for instance. And then all the SWP with the north and the south diversions now having 2 diversion locations, and then added on the CVP existing diversions. That's how you get to around the 15,000 CFS. And then my question is, in that kind of circumstance, which this project has been touted that this is what it's for, when there's these really high flows, could that lead to high salvage and entrainment rates?
So let me ask Ms. Morris, is part of your objection to the 15,000 CFS assumption here?
Yes, and I just don't understand the question, and I feel like we're putting facts into evidence that don't exist and then asking a hypothetical based on those facts.
Well, that's what, and I'm actually trying to get to the bottom of this, is I'm not sure, at the risk of asking the lawyers to testify, but maybe Ms. Morris, can you clarify for me whether under the constraints as proposed by DWR, whether there would be a situation where I guess
I
maybe
can't,
putting
I think it's
CPP
inappropriate for anyone to be talking about the Bureau's water rights and what they can divert. What I can say is what's in the operation testimony and the permits, which caps all of existing water rights, whether they're north or south, at the 10,350, and is explicitly stated here. And so if the question is as to the 10,350, I have no objection.
Right. Maybe Ms. Meserve, can you try that question?
So I would just pretend that the CVP doesn't exist?
I didn't, well,
I mean,
let's
I
start
will
with
if
the question
you-
first and
we
see what we
could.
get.
Okay, I mean, we
yeah.
can do that. I guess I'm trying to get at the whole picture, and I think the CVP, I would say the CVP operation is part of the picture upon which this project would be layered onto. So I'm not quite sure why that would be off limits, honestly, but
No, I'm not, and I didn't come to the conclusion that it's
Okay.
off limits. I wanted to start with 10,300.
okay, yeah. I'm just reacting to Ms. Morris's comments, not yours. So I guess if we looked at the 10,350 CFS limitation on DWR's water rights, and if that was in a condition where that could be maxed, that could be used by using both the new North Delta diversions and the existing South Delta occurrence or South Delta diversions, would you be concerned about high salvage and entrainment rates under that kind of condition?
Question's vague and ambiguous as to the split between the North Delta and the South Delta and the time frame.
Well, we know we can only get to 6 apparently with the North Delta, so then you have to add the 4,350 to the, I said it backwards.
I knew it should, yes.
We can only get to 6,000, we get 6,000 in the North Delta, let's assume 6,000 in the North Delta, and then 4,350 in the South Delta.
And I would just state that this is a question that is, because of the permit conditions that are proposed, is really irrelevant because it says all the water that would move through the South Delta first, and then any remainder could then move through the North Delta. And that's part of the operations plan and a proposed permit term. So if that's the question, it's really irrelevant because it's inconsistent with the proposed operations.
So your preferred question, Ms. Morris, would be 6,000 at the South Delta and 4,350 at the North Delta intakes. Would that resolve your objection?
Again, I think that this question, it's given any given day or time because there are different requirements in the South Delta at different times of the year and the CFS limitations that apply.
Then your objection is noted, but I'd like to hear an answer to the question since we can't seem to get to a happy question. Ms. Meserve, we can go with however you would like to phrase it.
Um, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the operations plan, but I understood that there needed to be at least 3,000 CFS total being pumped from the South Delta, which combines CVP and SWP, interestingly, before the North Delta could be used. So I'm not
And
sure.
just objection to that is a misstatement of the operations plan because your question was about excess flows, and that is in balance condition.
Okay.
Right.
I guess maybe a more general way to ask it, Dr. Greenwood, is did you try to consider the impacts or the salvage and entrainment that could occur when the full capacity of the state water project was being used, if there was an opportunity to do that under the applicable operations?
Well, I can't speak to specifics of what the modeling may have resulted in as far as, for example, in relation to that 10,350 CFS in the specific example that you were giving, but just generally speaking, you know, the operational criteria for north and south, separate operational criteria for north and south, those include restrictions that are reflecting the hydrological conditions at the time, as well as potential risk of South Delta entrainment. And so, you know, if hypothetically you could get to the maximum, I think 10,350 CFS is what we're saying as a hypothetical maximum, that could only be reached in light of having met these operational criteria that are intending to minimize the risk of the types of effects that you were talking about in your question, which I think was, you know, essentially, broadly speaking, South Delta entrainment related. So if indeed it was possible to get to that upper limit, that would simply be a reflection of the fact that these criteria had been met to limit the risk to species.
But just to clarify, the restrictions that you're referencing on South Delta operations, have those been successful in preventing the listing of several runs of salmon, for instance?
Well, I would say the South Delta operations have gradually changed over time with, you know, different evidence of different effects on different species. So salmon have been among the different species for which there's been greater restrictions that have been placed. I think the listings of salmon occurred prior to the imposition of these additional restrictions that really I would say have been largely occurring since the late 2000s, 2008, 2009, biological opinions being the main ones I can think of. So the listings occurred before then for the salmon.
And
So-
additional fish have been listed since that time, though, such as the longfin smelt, for instance, right?
Longfin smelt was listed last year.
Mhm. Do you have any reason to believe that the restrictions in permits such as the ITP would be more effective in preventing further listing of fish than the restrictions that are in the ITP, for instance, that apply to the South Delta operations?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. Do you have any, you referred to a few times in our cross-exam. You've referred to the existing permit terms and restrictions for the South Delta operations and how they would continue to apply. And my question is just whether you have reason to believe that the permit terms that would apply from a fishery perspective to the North Delta operations of the new intakes would be more effective in preventing further listing of fish than the South Delta permit terms that were issued by the fishery agencies.
Well, I don't think I'm not really assessed sort of the relative effectiveness to, in that sort of context, really. I'm assessing the potential for negative effects on the species and limiting those, to the extent possible, and including mitigation as required. So it's not really, particularly in the case of North versus South, I think, these are different things, really. So it's not a lens through which I've looked.
But you're relying on the effectiveness of the permit terms in the ITP that was issued earlier this year, for instance, for the North Delta intakes, for your analysis that there would not be unreasonable impacts to fishery, right?
Certainly the criteria that are within the ITP, I think are consistent with those that I initially discussed before the ITP was issued. So my testimony was initially prepared before the ITP was issued. That refers to the proposed criteria under the ITP application, finally EIR. So those have been refined in the ITP, but that's part of giving that context for what I consider to be overall criteria that would be providing reasonable protection from the DCP.
And do you know when the federal ITP for operation may be issued for the North Delta diversion?
Objection. There's no ITP under federal ESA.
When the take authority would be provided by Fish and Wildlife Service and or NOAA Fisheries on the federal side of the equation? That's what I'm asking about.
So biological opinions.
Correct, sorry.
I don't know exactly when that will be.
That's all my questions. Thank you so much for your patience, Dr. Greenwood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Thank you, Dr. Greenwood. And then I just want to confirm that there are no other parties who have questions for this, who haven't already asked their questions, who have questions for this witness. As I indicated, I have a few questions. Ms. Meserve actually covered a lot of it, so I will do my best not to repeat, and I will do my best to make sense. In part, I am channeling those with more biological expertise than I have, so bear with me. I think all of my questions, actually, all of my questions are for you, Dr. Greenwood. So thank you for hanging with us for so long.
Hearing Officer Kinsey,
Yep.
if that is the case, could we please dismiss Ms. Gardner?
Yes, absolutely. Ms. Gardner, I thank you so much for your time. I know you've been with us a long time. Thank you. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your patience and for answering all of these questions. And I really appreciate your testimony in this proceeding, and you are excused. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Carroll, for asking for that. I'm happy to get everyone back to their other obligations, I'm sure. Let's see, I'll try to see how efficient I can be. So Dr. Greenwood, based on current conditions, and your experience, do you have any opinion as to whether you would expect to see an increase, a decline, or relative stability in the populations of, and maybe we should go through these one by one. I'll just go through one by one and then we can go from there, of winter run Chinook salmon? Looking
Sorry,
for, starting
que-
based on conditions now, looking forward into the future. Do you have any opinion about whether you'd expect what the current trends are? I guess is what I'm trying to get to, is what is the current trend in the population?
I mean, I think it's hard to say for any of the species really. There are different ways of looking at things like trends. You know, I think some of the information I think that we have summarized in the final EIR summarizes available information as far as trends, and I think we discussed during some of the testimony how current levels are quite low compared to historical values, but we do see fluctuations over time. It can be a function of hydrological conditions and so on. So I think it's challenging to say, for different species. In the case of Delta, I mean, if you don't mind, I don't know if going through each one in turn, I would have necessarily a different answer really, but just to give another example for one of the other species, with Delta smelt, what we have ongoing as part of existing conditions is releases of the species, that are essentially reared, and that are then released into the delta, and so that could affect the size of the population as well, and so that's not necessarily known exactly how those numbers will be over time. So I think it's given the range in possible conditions, it's difficult to say really. Certainly, there's some of them have downward trends. Whether those trends or they have had downward trends, whether those would continue, it's difficult to say, given especially the range of fluctuation that we see.
Understood. Thank you. That probably cuts through a lot of this efficiently. And you started to get into address this a little bit with Ms. Meserve, and I would like to explore it more, that the nature of your testimony here. I think you described it as an analysis of, and I'm paraphrasing, so please correct me. I may not be well paraphrasing, so please correct me, but an analysis of the potential impacts, the potential, well, we'll start with that. An analysis of the potential impacts of the proposed Delta Conveyance project on these species that are addressed in your testimony, and not an assessment of conditions that might be imposed to improve or increase the abundance of these species. Is that a fair characterization? I wanted to get more into that exchange you had with Ms. Meserve on that issue.
I'm trying to recall specifically. I think, well, the focus was certainly on the effect of the DCP, and so that would be sort of the incremental effect on the DCP, given what the DCP may do in terms of the proposed operations and so on. And then, I think, I don't know if it was just Ms. Meserve, but I'd given some perspective to some of the other questioners as well, in terms of like having looked at that incremental effect, from a mixture of quantitative modeling, qualitative discussions, and so on, in light of the status of the different species. So that's sort of capturing where this, what is the status of the species currently. That helped to inform things like the assessment in the environmental impact report, as far as whether the impact could be significant or not, whether it could need mitigation or not. And then I'm using that as a basis for considering the overall sort of reasonable protection in terms of the way I've framed it for this testimony. So it's trying to get at that incremental portion of effect from the DCP.
Thank you. And that term reasonable protection helps me get to the question I'm trying to ask. Reasonable protection, as you use it in your testimony, would not include an assessment of operational criteria that might be necessary to, for example, support increases in abundance of these species. Is that accurate?
I didn't do that type of analysis in this testimony.
So if you had been asked in conjunction with an assessment of the Delta Conveyance project or as an element of the Delta Conveyance project that enhancement of these species was one of the objectives, you would have conducted a different analysis. Your analysis would look different.
Well, I think probably elements of the types of analyses that were done, if I can put it that way, depending on the nature of the, I guess, hypothetical proposal, if that's the right way to say it, for the DCP, if that had been an element proposed, the actual tools used or the analysis methods may have been the same, but that would, I think, where you would be sort of heading with that would be to look to see is there evidence of a potential positive effect. Whereas really what I was looking for here was, is there evidence of potential negative effects? So it may be that some other tools would be needed, but I think broadly speaking, the same analysis methods would be applied, but perhaps just looking through a different lens of had a positive effect been achieved, depending on what the hypothetical aspect of the additional pieces would have been.
Thank you. That's helpful. And my understanding of your analysis is that it's a comparative analysis, and there are different model runs have different baselines against which the comparative is made. But generally speaking, if you have enough information to answer this, generally speaking, if the delta outflow in your baseline was higher for reasons unrelated to the Delta Conveyance project, we were operating from a higher baseline, and then you compare it to the Delta Conveyance project. Do you have any opinion about whether the conclusions you reached based on the analysis you did would still apply, or do you not have that information to have an opinion about that?
Well, I think some of that actually is in the information that I've provided, at least examples of it, given that the different scenarios that I discussed and that we've modeled to varying degrees, they do have different delta outflow requirements in them. So the ITP, and I think I may have some mention of it in my testimony leading up to the summary tables towards the end. Well, yeah, so maybe a specific examples, page 30 of my testimony. So that would be 800 revised, DWR 800 revised.
Ms. Mullen, if we can please pull up, and I was going to 800 revised anyway, so if we can please pull up, we'll go to page 30, please.
Yeah, page 30, and then the footnote at the bottom, footnote 56.
I see.
Yeah, so this is kind of explaining a little bit about in that second sentence, the last couple of lines, that's explaining the main differences for the ITP application modeling. relative to the final EIR modeling. And in that case, there was an additional outflow piece to that. Like it says here, spring outflow 35,000. So that was an example at that time. And then also the ITP has, I think, a different assumption for outflow that's described in Mr. Singh's testimony. So different outflow, as I think you were talking about, if there were different outflow levels. And, just based on the information that I reviewed, some of which is limited to the calcium summaries here, but for example, the ITP application and the final EIR both have quantitative biological modeling as well. And so just based on my review of that information, the conclusions are robust, I would say, relative to different levels of outflow.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And it leads me to a question I had about, and tell me if you can answer about, well, how about this? Why did you include the ITP-A, which I understand to be the ITP application model runs, in your testimony? Why did you include them in your testimony? I'll leave it there.
I initially prepared my testimony prior to issuance of the ITP. I think based on probably the deadlines that they existed for submitting the testimony. And so at that time, the ITP application represented the, that was at that time, that was sort of the proposed project. And then obviously the ITP was issued after that, and the red line version, this 800 revised, has the ITP, has reference to the conditions of approval in the ITP, and it has a representation of the criteria in that modeling scenario. And so I included the ITP application because, as I say, that was the proposed project at that time. And we also have quantitative biological modeling in the ITP application that represented some of those refinements at that time. And so it's another, I think, to retain it, I think to me was a useful point of reference, given, the ITP is sort of refining the criteria that were more in the ITP application rather than in the final EIR. So it was sort of a progression, and it seemed like a useful progression to include.
Thank you. And then do you know, and maybe this was in Mr. Singh's testimony, but do you know where I might look for a clear explanation of the differences in the model assumptions between the ITP-A model runs and the ITP model runs?
I think Mr. Singh has some of that information. It may be in one of the appendices or attachments. I'm afraid I can't recall just offhand.
Mm-hmm. And you don't know do you know any differences can you recall sitting here between the ITP-A and the ITP model runs?
Oh, well, the North Delta operational criteria were different, certainly.
And are you referring to the pulse flow?
Well, pulse flow is one of the elements in it. That's something that concept was something that was in the ITP application.
Right.
But it's not a concept that's in the, or I shouldn't, not necessarily a concept, but it's not specifically in the ITP. The ITP has more of a percentage of flow prescription for the operations. Some of the additional things, they're actually mentioned in this footnote, as far as they're not drawn as a contrast to the ITP necessarily, but I know that they do differ. So the ITP didn't include, for example, that dealt spring outflow in that way, I don't believe.
I see. Okay.
And it also mentions pulse protection, which we covered. So, but I think Mr. Singh's testimony describes hopefully some more of those details.
Thank you. Yes, that makes sense. I'd like to, Ms. Mullen, can we go to the first table, which I think is page 32? Table 1. And I wanted to very generally understand, we've looked at this table a number of times over the past couple hearing days. But my understanding, generally speaking, of your conclusions are that these modeled changes in mean monthly flow in the Sacramento River at Hood would not result in significant impacts to the species that you looked at with the mitigation measures that are included in the EIR. Is that correct?
Well, this is a summary, obviously, of modeling information. So
Right.
I think my conclusion is really speaking to the operations, and this is this is a representation of the operations. So, but yeah, just to get back to the main question, correct. The mitigation is part of my assessment for not being unreasonable. That mitigation is required.
And absent the mitigation measures, I believe in the conclusion in the EIR was that some of the impacts may be significant. Is that right?
That's correct. They were potentially significant and less than significant with the mitigation included.
And I just want to make sure I understand I want to better understand the connection between your conclusions and your conclusions about impacts to species and flows, for example, at Hood, since we're looking at this chart. And if the proposed project would not result in any changes in flows in the Sacramento River at Hood, well, maybe that's a bad example. Hold on, let me go through my questions here. Let's see. Maybe can you describe for me, I know it's very briefly, the mitigation measures that you think are significant here that offset the impacts of reduced flow at Hood and in relation to the impacts on these species? What are the primary elements of that would offset these, what otherwise would be significant impacts?
Yeah, so I mean, these I guess the first layer before getting to mitigation is the fact that there are operational criteria in place to minimize or to restrict the diversions, to levels that are small in terms of the anticipated effects. Then the mitigations, the primary mitigations. So I think North Delta particularly, I think of the juvenile salmonids and looking at this table, to me, it sort of speaks more to the sort of far field element of it. So that would be like through Delta survival for juvenile salmonids. The main things that we're looking at there, given the types of effects, are the through Delta survival, and then thinking about the different pathways. So the 3,500 acres for the hydrodynamic effects, North Delta hydrodynamic effects, meaning less flow downstream of the intakes, potential for entry into the interior delta, and then also the availability of habitat that we had discussed, and in particular those higher riparian wetland bench areas, higher elevation riparian wetland bench areas that may not be inundated. So I think those are key elements relating to the potentially significant effects that were described in the EIR and for which the mitigation was proposed.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then, Ms. Mullen, can we turn to table 3, which is on page 38? And I think maybe my question where I was going is better suited here. Well, I guess I'll ask it this way. Absent mitigation measures, would you expect that decreases in mean monthly delta outflow reflected in this table? And I realize it's a summary of the analysis that you conducted, but would you expect that to correlate with potentially significant impacts to the species that you reviewed absent mitigation?
I'm sorry, could you state the question again?
Yeah, no, I'll try.
I think I have an answer, but I just want to be
sure. I'm
sure
trying
I
to
answer it.
understand, absent mitigation, would you expect that this type of the decreases in mean monthly delta outflow expressed in this table, and I realize it's a summary, it's across a number of different kinds of years, so please do caveat your response as appropriate. But would you expect that to correlate with potentially significant negative impacts to the species that you analyzed?
Yeah, and I think, as you know, this table is an indicator of potential reductions in delta outflow. That those types of results, which were actually based on biological modeling conducted initially for the EIR, those did contribute to my conclusion of a potentially significant impact requiring mitigation.
So if these numbers were, roughly speaking, 0%, you would not have reached the same, you would be less likely to reach a conclusion that there's a potentially significant impact, negative impact on the species that you reviewed.
If the numbers were 0% from
Right.
this modeling, so
Yeah.
basically no change in outflow.
Correct.
I think that would be reasonable to conclude related to this particular aspect.
And then do you have a sense of, this may be an impossible question, but do you have a sense of threshold? I mean, the threshold is somewhere between in this table and 0%. Is that a fair range of where the impacts from changes in delta outflow would reach the tipping point of potentially significant impacts on species?
Oh, well, I mean, the preference is to generally have quantitative biological modeling information, so that I think we touched on this in one of the cross-examinations of my testimony, as far as biological modeling, meaning modeling that might use information such as this as inputs that is then translated into a biological outcome, such as an index of abundance of a species like longfin smelt, delta smelt. So that was really more of the lens in terms of this kind of outflow related effect that I was looking at. And I think I had described it in one of the cross-examinations that we had, that in the EIR it was sort of a 5% value was what was used as a general number, but that wasn't necessarily just strictly applied. So I think in the case of especially like the smelt species, considering the status of the species, it was actually a number that was less than 5% that was considered significant. As far as the and again, that's talking about a biological response that's translated, essentially translated these just basic differences in outflow into a potential biological outcome based on the nature of the statistical relationships that we have available.
Understood. Thank you. And I thank you for that clarity. Ms. Mullen, can we go to, I think this will be helpful. Let's go ahead. Can we go to AHO 1099? And I'm going to look to my team. I have a page number here that's 12106, but I don't know what PDF page number that is. 12-1006, I should say. It's table, I don't know how much time we should spend on this, but it's table 1230. It's 12-30, so it's going to be significantly, I think, well, I don't know where it is. Oh, you were at, okay, I see. Ms. Mullen found it because she's fast. All right. So the question here is, so I think the preface ranging on this table, which is it correct, Dr. Greenwood, that you recognize this table and are oriented to it? Do we need to look at the caption?
So if we could look at the header, that would be helpful.
Thank you. I'm not really going to get into details, but that seems fair enough.
Okay.
Oh, we actually want table 12-30. Please. So it's good we looked at the header. Great. Thank you. Okay. In this table, I believe this table shows that the proposed project alternative 5 has in some years and under some conditions negative effects during November through April. Let me see if we can find an example here. Ms. Mullen, will you scroll down so we can look at the November through April period? Or part of it. All right, I think we can stop here. So in that right-handmost column, it looks like we have negative percentage numbers, I believe, all the way down. In under all hydrologic conditions and in these months that we're looking at, which is December through March, as it happens, that fits on our screen. My question, Dr. Greenwood, and the question from the team is, do you have any way to characterize what you would expect the long-term population impacts would be, given that you would have a percentage, an expected percentage impact each year? Would those impacts, let me cut down my question. Would you expect those impacts to accumulate over time? If you're looking at a negative impact to, I believe it's through Delta survival of winter run Chinook salmon, juveniles.
So essentially, I guess accumulate would be, it would have to be like at the population level.
Right.
Like obviously the juvenile is one life stage or portion
Yes,
of a
right.
life stage, and then they transition and so on and so forth. I think the evidence that we have suggests that if there was that potential, it would be limited. I think we have modeling information that is actual life cycle modeling information that includes. So this is, I believe, I don't recall. Is if we could maybe look at the top again.
Yes,
I
that's fair.
guess this is one of our through delta survival methods. We had others as well, but regardless, if it had been the delta passage model, which is one of the other tools, I would have just spoken to the fact that through delta survival portion of that other model, the delta passage model, is actually a component of a life cycle model that we looked at, called IOS. IOS is the acronym. So we do have some assessment of that, and so again, I think it sort of shows perhaps there could be. I'm cautious about saying that because the numbers that we're looking at are for a different model, but it showed that there could be, but it's not simply like additive, and it is somewhat limited in terms of the differences between the scenarios, and it also wasn't something that was consistent among the life cycle models that we had. We actually had 3 different life cycle models for winter on Chinook salmon, and so I think the tricky thing about accumulation, or potential accumulation of effects like that, is given all the other factors that may happen within the life cycle, those may be affecting different life stages to a considerably greater extent than these sorts of differences. And so if there were any differences based on this type of result, these types of relative differences that we're talking about, they may be kind of lost in the noise, as it were, almost, of given the other things. So we actually had one of the life cycle models for winter on Chinook salmon suggested an overall potentially positive effect of the project, which I think were just reflected differences in North versus South Delta potential operations, I believe. So I think it's hard. It's certainly not. It wouldn't be a simple accumulation, put it that way. And we do actually have some indication of it in our analyses as well that I've considered.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And is that the your analysis of these potential impacts to population over time, is that part of the documentation related to the EIR? Where could I find that?
We do have that in the EIR. So I don't know if it's possible, Ms. Mullen, to show the table of contents for this document. Like, I'm sorry, I mean like the clickable links. Sometimes you can get clickable links on the side of the document with one of the options. Yes. Yeah, so if you maybe minimize that to 12.1 just to get it out of the way, and then minimize the methods 12.3.1. Keep scrolling down. It would be under impact aqua 2, which is just down a bit. Sorry, keep going down there.
Oh, I see. Aqua -2.
Aqua -2, yep.
There we go.
Yes, and then closer, I think it's closer to the bottom of that. There should be actually, I believe there's a subheader saying life cycle models. Yeah, life cycle modeling. So if you click on that one, that'll give you the page number. So that's the additional information, and that summarizes the results of those life cycle models, and it also, as you can see there, it's got some cross references to more details on those methods actually.
Okay.
For in different appendices attachments.
Thank you. That's helpful. Ms. Mullen, I'm shifting gears a little bit. Ms. Mullen, can we go to DWR at 800R? That's Dr. Greenwood's testimony. on page 18. There are some questions here about smelt prey. And we're looking at starting with paragraph 22. Okay, and you see, so it looks like on line 17, you state that the extent to which this could result in negative changes, that's less delta outflow, to smelt prey is uncertain given the range of relationships between prey and outflow observed in previous studies. Can you describe more what you mean by uncertain? Is there a range? Can you describe it more specifically? What is this range of uncertainty in the relationship?
Yes, and it might be helpful to go to the section that I'm citing there. So
Okay, DWR 803.
yes,
Please, if we can go there, Ms. Mullen. And maybe to follow up as you're thinking about this question, and I hear the objection to making it compound, but I'm particularly interested in whether the range of uncertainty can go both directions, as either positive or negative, or is it a range, on one side or the other?
yes, and that part I can, as we get there, I can sort of speak to that.
Great.
It is mentioning that there were a range of relationships that included both positive and negative, and that was mentioned in relation to the studies that I'm citing, I think, in the section that we're getting to. So,
And Ms. Mullen, I think we're trying for page 4-26, and I apologize, I don't think I said that out loud. So, thank you. And I do not have the PDF page number.
I don't know if those are clickable. Those, nope. Thanks. Yeah, this is the section. And so there's various things in this section. So I think I referenced page 426 to 430. What I've included in this section is some quantitative analyses. An example being the one that we're looking at on the page there, and that's specific to different smelt food prey items. Essentially density, catch per cubic meter in the low salinity zone by water year type for the project, and existing conditions is EC, so this is the ITP application modeling. Illustrating differences there in terms of limited effects. Then we have more sort of qualitative discussion of some of the literature relating to this, and so I think in there is discussion of some of the papers that had found the potential for actually negative relationships with outflow depending on location. So that would be that Hamilton et al. Paper, as well as it also discusses some of the other published papers that have found positive relationships of different types as well. So as far as the actual quantitative analysis that I conducted, I looked at smelt prey that have been noted in scientific studies and then related them to delta outflow in different periods. So spring, summer, and then fall. Spring being March to May, summer being June to August, I believe, and then fall being September, October, November, I believe, to look for evidence of statistically significant relationships and then applied those to the modeled outflows for the project and for existing conditions that helped inform the analysis.
Thank you. Okay, I'm switching again slightly, and this is about the proposed habitat restoration. And I know we went over this, but I think this is just a matter of clarity for me. And we'll see if we can do this. We can pull up the documents we need. But my understanding from your testimony, and I won't bring it up because hopefully you'll recall it. I believe you stated that the Delta Conveyance project includes mitigation that consists of up to 3,500 acres of tidal habitat restoration to mitigate the North Delta diversion hydrodynamic effects. Is that accurate so far?
That's accurate so far.
And then, and we can pull this up if it's necessary, but the ITP for the Delta Conveyance project. Well, let's go ahead and pull it up. Ms. Mullen, can you pull up AHO 65? And we're going to go to page 223. Please. And we're looking at table 12. 2. Is there a header somewhere to verify that this is 12-2? There we go. Is the 3,500 acres of tidal habitat restoration included within the habitat restoration acreage listed here in 12-2? And we can scroll down. Maybe Ms. Mullen, will you scroll down, please? There we go. So the 3,500 acres that you referenced in your testimony, is that the same 3,500 acres referenced in this table?
It would be correct. I think that's for the same, that's addressing the same thing, correct? There are other, obviously, acreages mentioned in that table for different mechanisms as well, but that 3,500 we're looking at corresponds to the 3,500 that I mentioned, and I believe I referenced that table as well as one of my red line updates. I think I would have captured the 3,500 under the ITP application. But I think if I remember right, I added in that, the ITP is essentially covering the same thing with this specific condition of approval.
Yes, I think you do. But so your understanding of this is that there would be a total of, well, I guess this is in acres and feet, so that's different.
I do speak to feet, linear feet as well. Different mechanism as far as what it's addressing. But
so the total, Ms. Mullen, can you scroll up slightly so we can see the first part? So the total acreage, I'm just trying to make sure I understand that it's based on your understanding of this, that it's cumulative, the total acreage would be 1,352 acres plus 1,352 acres plus, and then if we can, I think it's 3,500 plus 3,500. Ms. Mullen, can you go down to the next page? I apologize. Is that the correct math to come up with a total?
I think, well, this is something that we had covered with one of the cross-examiners, I think, and I'm just trying to find the specific reference to the ITP. There's language in the ITP, so page 20 of my testimony cross-references this document at about page 232, and it's really what I'm getting at is that it kind of speaks to the habitat restoration conducted to meet the requirements of other conditions of approval could apply. So really what I'm trying to say is that it's not necessarily additive for these.
Okay.
You know, the same 3,500 acres may include the other acreages if it meets the requirements based on, you know, essentially the approval of CDFW in that case. So yeah, 232 I think is where I'm cross-referencing that from.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you. And I see that in your footnote here on footnote 39. Once again, shifting gears, did the biological models that you referenced include any inputs that what I'm trying to ask is whether the biological models would account for effects of climate change in any way? I guess let me back up. The biological models, as I understand them, one of the inputs would be flows. Is that right? That would be one of the elements that you would put into the model.
Depending on the model, they often have flow, but they may have other aspects, but they would be things that potentially could be affected by flow, and that would be reflected in some type of modeling.
So setting aside flow and impacts to flow from potential impacts to flow from climate change, are there other elements that would be incorporated into these biological model runs?
Well, some of the assessments I've done are just looking at temperatures, for example. So that was one of the things we touched on in cross-examination was, you know, could operations have an effect on temperature? Obviously, flow. The hypothesis was maybe flow changes under the project could result in temperature changes, and so really the output that was considered there was temperature. And so, you know, that was an example of something that was different than just flow that we looked at, or that went into the modeling.
Did you look at model runs that had differences in temperature while maintaining, I guess, the other conditions stable, or was it always let me back up. What I'm trying to understand is whether there was an assessment that would have been affected by potential elements of climate change, whether you have an analysis that incorporated potential changes in climate.
We did have that. So for the EIR, for example, there's an appendix to chapter 12 that speaks to modeling that was done at 2040 time frame, and so that included essentially the quantitative models that were done in the main chapter for existing conditions, so roughly 2020, representation. We had the same models done for 2040 representing climate change, and then compared those essentially, like looking at to see are there differences in the patterns of the results that we saw relative between 2040 and 2020. So that would be appendix 12E perhaps. Have to double check, but it's one of the appendices to
Okay,
chapter 12 EIR.
thank you. Yeah, I think we know that one. Yeah. All right, I think I'm on my last question here. And you may recall this, so we may not have to pull it up, but you state in your testimony at paragraph 6, lines 16 and 17, analysis indicated that South Delta entrainment risk would be similar or potentially slightly lower under the DCP relative to existing conditions. Can you just please briefly explain to me why the DCP would potentially reduce entrainment risk at the South Delta? And we
Well,
can
this
testimony if it's helpful, but please.
I'm looking at the testimony,
Great.
and I specifically cross-reference the modeling results that informed that opinion, where they were generally similar or slightly lower, and the types of things I was looking at there were either just simply the indicators of South Delta entrainment risk, so I'd have to look at it, but I think it's things like old and middle river flows, as well as in some cases we have quantitative biological modeling, such as something called the salvage density method. That's really just differences in South Delta exports weighted by historical salvage at the South Delta fish facilities associated with the export pumps. So it was really based on that. Based on those results, which obviously were just reflecting the underlying, primarily calcium modeling.
Thank you. Right. That's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Greenwood. I really appreciate your time and helping me work through these. Ms. Carroll, do you have, and I just made the assumption with respect to Ms. Gardner, but do you have redirect for Dr. Greenwood?
No, we do not.
Okay, then with that, Dr. Greenwood, thank you so much for spending all this time with us. I very much appreciate your testimony and your time in this proceeding, and you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do is go around the room and find out about panel 4 and then take a break and so that you can organize panel 4. And then we'll come back and hear a summaries of direct testimony. So with that, would an appropriate person for the protestants raise your hand to let me know, to the extent you have had a chance to communicate your expected order of go, if you will, for cross-exam of panel 4. Ms. Mazur, please.
I may not get this right, and so people can chime in. I believe that we're going to have DTech first and then Mr. Cho this afternoon.
Great.
And if Ms. Sodke is on the line, she could confirm that. And I'm going to the email that has the rest of what I saw this morning.
And I see Ms. Safdie is here, so if we can please promote Ms. Safdie to panelist. And there we go. Ms. Safdie, good afternoon. Do you have maybe you can help on order, and then also, do you have an estimate, or maybe your team has an estimate of cross-exam time?
Thank you, hearing officer. We will be going first. I'll be going first for the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition parties ahead of Mr. Cho. We'll be going directly after. And I believe I probably have about 1.5 hours of questions. maybe a little bit more, between 1.5 and 2 hours, I would say.
Great. That's right. The students are out, right? Are you without
It's our commencement week, so
Yeah.
it's just me today.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And then, so I looked at Mr. Cho. Can we please elevate? Oh, you were already, or are you already here? Am I looking at the wrong? No, you're not. Please elevate Mr. Cho, and an estimate would be great.
Good afternoon, Hearing
Good
Officer
afternoon.
Kenzie. Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. I will be following Ms. Softy, and I believe I probably have around 2.5 hours. It gets hard to predict when it
Great. As
draws
you
that
get
far out,
longer.
so that's what I'm shooting for.
Okay. A fair amount of questions. Ms. Meserve, since I have you here, do you have an estimate for panel 4?
I would say about an hour, although I'm completely guessing at this moment.
Yep.
Having just finished the other
Well,
segment.
and also if we have an estimate of 4 hours of cross-exam to proceed, at least to proceed you, so I understand that's difficult.
Yeah, and then we had communicated about other cross-examiners, and there's several conflicts we're juggling.
Yep.
But it looks like, we have people that would be ready to go tomorrow, and as long as I myself, I could go tomorrow morning or next week. I can't go in the afternoon, as I had mentioned previously.
Yes, understood. And I would guess that it's going to be more likely next week, which probably sounds good to you too. I can only guess. But
Yeah,
I see,
I think we forgot to object to all the hearing days stacked up against the site's closing brief.
and Memorial Day weekend. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Reese, I see you have your hand up. Can we please elevate Mr. Reese? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the South Delta party, South Delta, Central Delta, we probably have about 45 minutes for this next panel. But to the extent that there is any ability not to have a full hearing day or any hearing day between now and the time of the site's briefs, if there's any relief in terms of tomorrow, what tomorrow looks like, I don't know, but I know that I would echo what I don't know how we didn't object to the timing of having 4 straight hearing days, the last 4 days of the, running up to the site's closing brief deadline. And I realize that in a perfect world, these things are done well in advance, but that's never been the way it's worked in my world. So
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Reese. And if we, I don't know, there's a lot of, Mr. Reese, you gave me an estimate, 45 minutes. Thank you.
yes.
And noted about to the extent there is a chance for relief, although I'm not feeling optimistic given the amount of time, but I would certainly be willing to cancel the 27th if we were fairly confident we could finish on the 28th, which is our last day. But we'll see where we can get. Mr. Schutz, please. Do we need to elevate Mr. Schutz? I think we do. Can we please bring him up to panelist? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kenzie. I have about an hour and a half for this panel.
Thank you. And remind me, Mr. Schutz, did you have any timing constraints at this point?
Well, I would love not to have to go tomorrow, but I'm anticipating that I will.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who, and this is not exhaustive, I realize some of you are not on the call, but is there anyone else in the webinar who expects to have or may have cross-exam questions for panel 4?
I know that Ms. Tabor, or Ellen Moskal from her office, they're not able to be here today, but they do have questions, and I think was an hour and a half was the estimate,
Okay,
and they're available tomorrow or next week.
thank you. I see we have Danica Jones. If we can please elevate Danica Jones. I don't recall the affiliation, so.
There we go. Can you hear
Good
me?
afternoon. Hello.
Yes. Good afternoon. Danica Jones on behalf of El Dorado Irrigation District and Placer County Water Agency. We anticipate having about 30 minutes or so of cross-exam. And I do have a conflict tomorrow after lunch. So I
Okay,
believe our preference is to go towards the end in case our questions are asked by somebody else.
understood. Thank you. And I should be able to accommodate that just fine. Ms. Safdie.
Thank you. I believe that that Mr. Busher for Baykeeper within our party grouping has some questions for this panel as well, though it's not available today, but I believe would be available tomorrow,
Okay,
or
thank you.
possibly next week.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that update. Mr. Reese.
Oh, I don't know if I failed to indicate that if we have a preference in terms of when we would go, certainly it would be next week
It's a popular preference. Thank you.
for
Noted.
certain reasons, specific reasons for us.
Noted. All right, thank you. And I believe I've heard from everyone so far. Ms. Carroll, did you have any follow-up on that? Did that generally address we have a lot of cross-examination is my conclusion.
I think so. I would like a few minutes during the break to look at the timing and also see what we could do with that. But also, I had a question as to the remaining time on people's chess clocks and the enforcement of that, if that was happening or not.
Well, I believe I haven't looked at it since I granted additional time. I granted Ms. Meserve additional time and the local agency parties, and I have not had a chance to review the other parties' time. So we are continuing to add them up and it should be there. So let me take a look maybe on the break.
That would be appreciated. I think some are running low.
Noted. Thank you. Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Ms. Kenzie. I was not available to attend the hearing when there was a more extended discussion on this time clock extension that particular morning. I do just want to note and maybe reiterate the fact that the initial allocation of time that was assigned to the public agency parties, for example, was somewhat arbitrary, and I fully recognize and appreciate the needs for having an efficient hearing and making sure that we're using our time wisely. But I would just request or reiterate the request, if it hasn't been made, that parties be at least given a chance to show cause if additional time is warranted for further cross.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I might quibble with arbitrary. It wasn't entirely I actually thought about it a lot. So but I understand what you mean.
I wasn't trying to impugn you there. Sorry.
All right, let's go ahead and take a break. Let's take 15 minutes. I think that's appropriate. We'll come back at 2:45 and reconvene with panel 4. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Looking to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And in the meantime, I did look at our time tracker, and that reminded me that we don't have the time for today because one, we're not done with today. It hasn't been entered. So I wonder, Ms. Carroll, it looked to me like we're not up against at this moment, we're not up against things, but we may be, after considering today, it wasn't clear. My proposal would be to revisit this in the morning, but do you have another thought about that?
I think only as to DTEC, we may have an issue. They state they have an hour and a half, but I believe that they have less than that in
I
time.
think it was some 40-something minutes.
Correct.
And my proposal for that would be, Ms. Safdie, is that we see how it goes. And see when the time, unless we want to talk about it now. Would you like to talk about it now? We're close, so.
I'm happy to follow your preference on that, hearing officer. I do believe that we will likely need some additional time, and we're prepared to ask for an extra 90 minutes on that. I'd be happy to explain the reasoning behind that now or tomorrow morning, as is your preference.
Well, I think we'll get to, yeah, I guess that's right. We may have, we still have to hear the summary of direct testimony. Ms. Carroll, do you have an estimate of how long? I realize there's only really, there are two witnesses, but I imagine only one will be summarizing testimony. Is that right?
That's correct. And we anticipate it should be about 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, let's get to, I'm going to defer on this but Ms. Safdie, what I will be particularly interested to know is the particular position of the clients that you're representing, and their questions and I realize going first, you may ask questions that then others don't have to ask. There's sort of a disadvantage in timing of going first, but I'd also be particularly interested in understanding the particular interest of your clients with respect to this panel when we get to that. Mr. Schutz.
Thank you. I'd also point out that I believe, sorry, here I am. I'd point out that Mr. Busher is part of the same group, I believe, as DTEC.
Oh, yeah.
And he
Yes.
is going to have some time. And so it might be a good idea that
to hear from Mr. Busher? Is that what you're going to say? I don't mean to cut you off.
I don't know that he's here. So
he's not. I don't think so.
If he's not, then that probably wouldn't be productive. So to consider Mr. Busher at the same time as we consider Ms. Safdie, I know that our group has considerable time that we haven't used, and I don't anticipate it will be fully used in another proceeding, which we won't mention the name of. We were grouped together, and there's some advantage to that. It doesn't seem to me that we're in danger of running up against the back end of the hearing days without having completed the whole cross-examination. And so that might be something that I'd request that you could take into consideration.
Yes, noted. Thank you, Mr. Schutz. I appreciate it.
And hearing us, so just on that point, before we get to the discussion later, I would just note that we have coordinated with Mr. Busher. I understand he has about 30 minutes of questions. So the request for an additional 90 minutes was meant to encompass questions by our entire party grouping, including the other parties that are named in our party group.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. With that, let's go ahead and go to our witnesses. Ms. Carroll, will you please, I see we have Ms. White. I'll look to my team to please elevate Ms. White and Mr., how do you pronounce his last name?
Georgie.
Georgie, okay. Thank you. Could attempt it, but I thought why? So I'll look to the hearing team to please elevate those two. And Ms. White and Mr. Georgie, you are welcome to come on camera and off mute. I will go ahead and administer the oath, and then I will hand things over to Ms. Carroll to introduce you and your testimony. I'll start with Ms. White. Ms. White, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. White, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And I didn't hear you. Can you say it louder?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. I heard you that time. Mr. Georgie, if you would please raise your right hand. Mr. Georgie, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. So I will start with Ms. White. Ms. White, I'll ask you a series of questions about your exhibits. First, is DWR 00300 a true and correct copy of your original testimony? It is, yes. And is DWR 00300R?
And I'm sorry to interrupt. I know you're in the room, Ms. Carroll. Ms. White, we still can't hear you very well. I don't know if there's a way to turn up the volume on your microphone. Now you're on mute, which may be on purpose. It's still very faint.
I think we may be having an issue with the headset. So if you
It
can
may
give
be
us-
the headset, and then I'm just hearing you on Ms. Carroll's microphone somehow.
We're just switching out Ms. White's
No
headset.
problem. Yeah, don't take your time.
How's that?
That is much better. Thank you.
Great. Okay.
And now we just can't see you, but you're probably coming back.
There we go.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Carroll.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we already did 00300. So Ms. White, is DWR 00300R the true and correct copy of your revised testimony?
Yes.
And do you have any additional corrections to that testimony?
Yes, I do with the exhibit numbers. So
Yeah.
I'd like to note that all the exhibits that are referencing to 805 should be 805R. And then on page 9, believe it's line 15, the exhibit that is referenced as 804 should be 805R.
Thank you, Ms. White. So I'll continue. Is DWR-00301 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes.
Is DWR-00302 a true and correct copy of your original PowerPoint?
Yes.
Is DWR-00302R a true and correct copy of your revised PowerPoint?
Yes.
And in developing your testimony and opinion, did you rely on the following exhibits? DWR-00805,
Yes.
DWR-00805R,
Yes.
DWR-00303 through 305,
Yes.
DWR-309,
Yes.
DWR-1101 and 1102.
Yes.
Did you also rely upon the following administrative hearing officer exhibits, 62 through 65?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. White.
You're welcome.
And if I could, I'll continue with Mr. Georgie. Good afternoon, Mr. Georgie. Is DWR-00307 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes.
And is DWR-00308 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes.
And then is DWR-00309 a true and correct copy of your report?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Georgie. And then with that, Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up for us DWR exhibit 00302R. Thank you very much, Ms. Mullen. And then Ms. White, when you are ready, you can begin the summary of your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey. My name is Molly White, and I have over 25 years of experience working for the state of California. of which about 15 of those years have been working directly in state water project water operations. In my current capacity, I am a manager of utility operations.
I'm not sure if I'm frozen or Ms. White is frozen. Ms. White, you're now back.
Oh,
We may have had an internet connectivity issue and I couldn't tell if it was on my end or if it was a more general widespread issue, but maybe I can ask Ms. White, can you just start again?
and may we have a minute? We'll check to make sure she's on the right Wi-Fi. Sometimes the computers
Okay.
switch in the room. So
I know, I realize that. Yes, please check that and then we can start. And I apologize if it was just me.
no, it was not just you. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
No, I turned it off. Oh.
Okay, I think we've corrected the problem. So Ms. White, if you could
Thank
turn on
you.
your video.
There we go.
All right, there we
We gotta hear
go.
you.
It's not a way to start now, is it? All right. Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kenzie. My name is Molly White, and I have over 25 years of professional experience working for the state of California, of which about 15 of those years have been with State Water Project water operations. In my current capacity, I am manager of utility operations, and I serve as the assistant division manager in the Division of Operations and Maintenance at the Department of Water Resources. I'm responsible for the water management activities for the State Water Project. These activities include State Water Project water supply planning and water operations scheduling, administration of the long-term water supply contracts, and support and planning for the implementation of water supply resiliency initiatives. I have extensive experience in State Water Project water operations, and I serve as the lead water operations manager. Next slide, please. The summary of my testimony will include an overview of current State Water Project water operations and how the operations of the Delta Conveyance project will be integrated into the State Water Project. And these are based upon the information that we know today. I will also provide a summary of the potential water supply benefits of the Delta Conveyance project, which have been informed by a retrospective analysis using historical conditions. Next slide, please. My initial testimony outlined the operations criteria of the Delta Conveyance project as described in the incidental take permit application. However, it was subsequently revised to incorporate the modified and refined operations criteria as outlined in the Delta Conveyance project's incidental take permit issued in February of this year by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. My testimony supports my opinion that the operational flexibility coupled with coordination is essential for the State Water Project to ensure compliance with operational and regulatory requirements. The integration of the Delta Conveyance Project will provide the State Water Project with added flexibility while operating to all applicable regulatory requirements and criteria as described in the operations plan. And lastly, the Delta Conveyance Project creates additional water supply and provides water supply reliability while still meeting all applicable regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. First, I will talk about State Water Project operations and requirements. There are several state and federal regulatory flow and water quality requirements that will govern State Water Project water operations. First off, there are Delta flow and water quality standards established by the State Water Board as part of Water Rights Decision Decision 1641, which I will also refer to as D1641. Through D1641, the State Water Board has defined beneficial uses in the Bay Delta and have prescribed water quality and flow standards to protect those beneficial uses. There are also flow requirements set forth in the Federal Endangered Species Act permits or biological opinions issued for the long-term operations of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. These federal permits were issued by the National Marine Fisheries Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. In addition, the State Water Project also operates and is responsible to meet requirements set forth in the incidental take permit issued by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for the long-term operations of the State Water Project. The state and federal permits have been periodically updated to reflect new science, and most recently in 2024. As the permits have been updated, water operations have been adjusted to reflect the updated permits. Together, the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project coordinate operations to meet the D1641 flow and water quality standards and the flow requirements set forth in the federal and state permits. Next slide, please. Here's a map of the Delta and the approximate locations of the D1641 flow and water quality compliance locations. The red stars on the upper right are the proposed locations of the North Delta intakes. The compliance locations are color-coded by their respective beneficial use. Blue represents flow and operational locations for fish and wildlife beneficial uses. The brown, purple, and green represent water quality locations for municipal and industrial, agriculture, and fish and wildlife beneficial uses. I would like to highlight two agriculture water quality compliance locations. They're in the center of the map. We have Emmeton Station, which is with the green, basically they're in the center of the map with the green box, located on the Sacramento River, and just below that, Jersey Point, located on the San Joaquin River, and just below and to the right there of Emmeton. When Delta Conveyance Project is operational, salinity management at these two locations may be managed by shifting operations between the South Delta Export Facility and the North Delta facilities. And this operation will be explained later in the presentation. Next slide, please. This chart represents a high-level summary of D1641 flow, operational, and water quality standards. The first section, shown in blue, represents the flow and operational standards that are in place to protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses. The second section outlines the water quality standards for municipal and industrial, agriculture, and fish and wildlife beneficial uses. The actual standard and time frame of these standards generally depends on the water year classifications or hydrology and multiple Delta standards may govern state water project operations on any given day or period of time. Next slide, please. I'll talk about water management coordination. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation operates the Central Valley Project, and the operators of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project coordinate daily on operational actions needed to comply with D1641 standards and state and federal Endangered Species Act requirements. The operators track and monitor Delta water quality, river flows, and forecasts to determine the necessary coordinated actions that are needed to meet these requirements. These actions include adjustments to reservoir releases and/or exports. This coordination occurs within the framework of the Coordinated Operations Agreement, which defines how the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project share water supply and regulatory obligations in the Delta. In addition to the daily coordination between the water projects, there is also a substantial amount of coordination with our state and federal resource agencies through various forums and technical teams, as well as through the Water Operations Management Team, also referred to as WOMT. WOMT is a multi-agency team that is comprised of the Department of Water Resources, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, the State Water Resources Control Board, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the National Marines Fisheries Service, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. DWR commits to continued and significant coordination on operations once the Delta Conveyance project becomes operational. Next slide, please. I am now going to pivot on how the Delta Conveyance project will be integrated into State Water Project operations. Next slide, please. In August of 2024, DWR published the operations plan for the Delta Conveyance project. The operations plan was updated in February to include refined bypass criteria as required in the Delta Conveyance incidental take permit. The operations plan sets forth the regulatory requirements and the commitments that DWR has made when the Delta Conveyance project becomes operational. It is a living document and will be updated as needed to be consistent with the most current permit conditions as well as any changes to regulatory requirements. This flowchart represents the two primary conditions and operational considerations that may support diversions through the North Delta intakes. The first condition, shown on the left, is the most common and provides for the greatest amount of water supply benefits and occurs during periods when there are excess flows available. Excess flow conditions is defined, and as defined in the operations plan, are conditions when the Delta has flows in excess of the in-basin uses and in excess of the amount necessary to comply with all regulations. Excess flows will typically be available during the winter and spring time periods. If there are excess flows available, DWR will first prioritize exports from the South Delta Export Facility prior to scheduling diversions from the North Delta intakes. When excess flows are available, all scheduled diversions from the North Delta intakes will be in accordance with the applicable bypass flow criteria. The maximum combined diversion rate of excess flows for the South Delta facility and the North Delta intakes will not exceed 10,350 cubic feet per second diversion limitation under DWR's water rights. The second condition, shown on the right, would only apply during balanced conditions, when the South Delta export facility and the North Delta intakes would be operated together to manage Delta salinity or for carriage water savings. This operation provides for operational efficiency and flexibility. Balanced conditions are periods when it is agreed between the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project that releases from upstream reservoirs plus unregulated flows approximately equals the water supply needed to meet in-basin uses plus exports. Balanced conditions are typically late spring through early fall. Opportunities to shift a portion of exports from the South Delta export facility to the North Delta intakes would be limited to the following. Under balanced conditions, during July through September period, there would have to be a combined export rate of at least 3,000 cubic feet per second between the South Delta, between both the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project South Delta export facilities. During balanced conditions, a total combined South Delta export and North Delta intake diversion will not exceed the current maximum rate of 7,180 cubic feet per second. And this would be absent diversions for wheeling, transfers, and carriage water savings. Any shifting of operations between the South Delta export facilities and the North Delta intakes would adhere to all regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. This is a revised slide that incorporates and shows the refined bypass flow criteria from the incidental take permit, as well as the approach and sweeping velocities. The bypass flow criteria is the flow remaining in the Sacramento River immediately downstream of the proposed North Delta diversion intakes. Bypass flows will be monitored in real time, and diversions from the North Delta intakes will be adjusted to not exceed the flow and velocity requirements. In addition, the North Delta Diversion Monitoring Team, a new team, will be formed to begin meeting in early October once the proposed project is operational. This team will begin to conduct risk assessments related to the North Delta intake diversions for conditions beginning in November. This team will also conduct weekly risk assessments as needed from December through June to inform bypass flow criteria. Next slide, please. I'll now transition and I'll talk about the Delta Conveyance project and how it will be integrated into the State Water Project during balanced conditions, specifically for salinity management. It is during this time that the State Water Project and Central Valley Project are typically managing releases and exports to comply with D1641 flow and water quality standards. When I walked through the map of D1641 compliance locations, I did highlight the Western Agriculture compliance locations of Edmonton and Jersey Point, both circled on red here on this slide. Water quality at Edmonton is typically managed by providing additional flows on the lower Sacramento River, and Jersey Point is typically managed by adjusting exports at the South Delta facilities. When managing operations to meet these salinity standards, there may be opportunities to shift a portion of the South Delta exports to the North Delta intakes. This shift in operations provides for additional flexibility and efficient operations in the Delta. In addition, carriage water savings can be achieved also by shifting exports from the South Delta's facility to the North Delta intakes. Next slide, please. As mentioned, another potential use of the North Delta intakes is during balanced conditions is for carriage water savings. Carriage water is commonly associated with the conveyance of transfer water from the north of the Delta to the South Delta export facilities. Carriage water is the additional flow which is added to Delta outflow that is necessary to carry 1 unit of water across the Delta. For example, if there is a 35% carriage water requirement to maintain salinity, 1 unit is reduced to 0.65 when exported from the South Delta facilities. When shifting for this purpose, less water is needed to meet Delta standards. State water project operators will primarily be using water quality conditions at Jersey Point to determine whether shifting would be beneficial and result in a more efficient operations and carriage water savings. Any carriage water savings could either be diverted or stored upstream for future use. This graphic illustrates the shift in diversions from the South Delta export facility to the North Delta intakes when the State Water Project is operating to meet Delta salinity standards. This is a conceptual illustration depicting a with and without Delta Conveyance project, and the arrows are not to scale. As shown on the left, without the Delta Conveyance project, additional flows would be needed to carry water across the Delta to the South Delta export facilities to maintain Delta salinity. The additional flows mitigate salinity intrusion from the higher South Delta exports. The illustration on the right includes the Delta Conveyance facility as shown in the black dashed lines. By shifting diversions from the South Delta export facility to the North Delta intakes, the South Delta exports are reduced and less water is needed to maintain the same salinity in the Delta. The diversions through the North Delta intakes will not change the operational criteria of our upstream reservoirs. Next slide, please. I'll now walk through proposed permit conditions that are relevant to State Water Project operations. There are 4 permit conditions that are proposed. Proposed permit condition number 1. DWR will not divert any additional stored water releases from Lake Oroville through the Delta Conveyance project beyond what have been available absent the Delta Conveyance project. Exceptions to this include the diversion of any carriage water savings generated by the Delta Conveyance project, transfers or wheeling of water, or export of any required releases capable of export. Proposed permit number 2 states when there is excess flow in the system, the State Water Project will prioritize exports from the South Delta export facility. Proposed permit condition number 3. The export to inflow standard, or EI ratio, set forth in D1641 limits how much water can be exported from the Delta relative to the total inflow entering the Delta. DWR proposes to add the Delta Conveyance North Delta intakes to the export component of the EI ratio. And lastly, proposed permit condition number 4. Once the DCP is operational, DWR will coordinate operations with the Sacramento Area Sewer District and the Freeport Regional Water Authority and provide projections of tidal reverse flows and anticipated diversions from the North Delta intakes. Next slide, please. Lastly, I will wrap up my summary with a presentation or a discussion of potential water supply benefits associated with the Delta Conveyance project. Using the bypass flow criteria outlined in the incidental take permit application, DWR assessed the potential water supply benefits attributed to the operations of the Delta Conveyance project. We looked at certain periods of excess flow. Each year we looked at 4 different water years from December through June of each of those water years. This analysis included the criteria that was set forth in the incidental take permit application, and it doesn't include the refined bypass criteria as provided in the new incidental take permit, but we do, the resulting yield numbers would be similar. The periods of December through June, as I mentioned, were analyzed for water years 2018, 2019, 2022, and 2024. The analysis was a retrospective analysis using and looking at actual conditions of hydrology that included delta inflows, Sacramento River flows, and combined South Delta exports from the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. The analysis used historical delta outflow to determine when excess flows would have been available for diversions through the North Delta intakes. So next slide, please. So this is a number, this is a 2018 graphic, and I'll walk through the graph. We have 4 graphics, they're all the same. So we'll provide, so here's water year 2018. The solid red line represents the actual combined State Water Project and Central Valley Project South Delta exports. The dotted red line is the total volume of the Delta Conveyance project diversions and the combined South Delta exports. And the pink shaded area are the diversions that are solely attributed to the Delta Conveyance project. The solid blue line represents the historical delta outflow and is also referenced as the actual outflow on the legend. And the dashed blue line represents the net delta outflow with the DCP in operation. And the gray dashed line there represents the required delta outflow. So water year 2018 was a below normal year. Excess flows would have been available, resulting in about 0.3 million acre feet of additional diversions through the North Delta intakes, while maintaining delta outflow would have been totally about 3.9 million acre feet. Next slide, please. This is a graphical summary of water year 2019. In 2019 was a wet water year, and excess flows would have been available, resulting in roughly 1.6 million acre feet for diversion through the North Delta intakes. The remaining delta outflow would have been about 17.5 million acre feet. Next slide, please. This is a graphical representation of water year 2022, which was a dry water year following a critically dry year. And while water year 2022 was a dry year, there would have been excess flows available, resulting in about 0.1 million acre feet for diversions through the North Delta intakes. The remaining delta outflows would have been about 1.1 million acre feet. Next slide, please. And lastly, water year 2024, which was an above normal water year, and excess flows would have been available about 0.8 million acre feet, while the remaining delta outflow would have been 8.2 million acre feet. Next slide, please. In summary, in my conclusion, I'd like to reiterate that is my opinion that operational flexibility coupled with coordination is essential for the State Water Project to ensure compliance with operational and regulatory requirements. The integration of the Delta Conveyance Project will provide the State Water Project with added flexibility while operating to all applicable regulatory requirements and criteria as described in the operations plan. And DCP creates additional water supply and provides water supply reliability while still meeting all applicable regulatory requirements. Thank you. And this concludes the summary of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. White. And with that, Ms. Carroll, are we ready to turn to cross-exam?
We are.
Okay. Making sure I didn't skip a step here. I think though we need to address the time issue, which I've managed to defer only for about half an hour. Ms. Safdie, do you have any additional comments that you would like to make on that?
Thank you. Just a few, Ms. Kinsey. So I believe as you already identified, I would note just a few things at the threshold, which is that the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition parties did go first on, I think this will be 3 of the 5 panels, which resulted in significant time savings for the other parties who came after us. And it's always challenging to appropriately calculate and constrain the opening cross-examination, but I would flag that for the record that we did go first on 2, and this will be our 3rd. In addition, our party grouping is quite broad, so it includes 3 tribes, multiple environmental justice organizations, the California Indian Environmental Alliance, the Golden State Salmon Association, as well as San Francisco Baykeeper, which holds a large set of diverse interests. And we've had multiple attorneys, including student attorneys, examining on behalf of these parties. And then I would also just note that, as Mr. Schutz identified earlier, there are parties that have not used, that are well under their maximum allocated amount for their chess clocks. And so, I think that should be taken into account as we make these determinations. And then finally, of course, the hearing officer has granted extensions of time for other parties to do their cross-examinations, and we believe it's only appropriate to do so for the tribes and the environmental justice organizations and environmental organizations that are included in our party group. We've tried to be quite efficient with our time, and under those circumstances, we believe that 90 additional minutes should be beyond what's remaining on our clock for our entire party grouping would be appropriate.
Thank you, Ms. Safdie. And Ms. Carroll, I'm certainly interested in efficiency, as are you, but is there anything else you would like to add on this issue?
I think we would be fine with additional time as long as we can still conclude on the 28th.
Great. That's my plan, absolutely. And that was going to be my reasoning, is given that it looks like we should be able to conclude and this won't interfere with our proceeding here. So we will add 90 minutes to the DTEC grouping clock, if you will, on our counter, on our Excel spreadsheet. And Ms. Safdie, if you have questions for Ms. White or Mr. Georgie, I assume he's available too. You're welcome to ask them now.
Thank you, hearing officer. Ms. White, my questions will be primarily directed at you. If there are any that should go to Mr. Georgie, he can of course respond. So just a few questions about your qualifications and the basis for your testimony. So I believe you testified to this, but it's correct that you serve as the lead manager for the state water project, water supply planning, coordination, and scheduling activities. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your responsibilities in that capacity include planning, managing, and scheduling state water project operations in compliance with water rights and regulatory requirements?
Correct.
Correct. Great. And it's also correct that your responsibilities include developing the annual state water project water supply allocations, correct?
Correct. That falls within my purview.
And the Delta Conveyance project coordinations as part of the state water project would fall within your purview as well.
Correct.
Okay. And I believe that you testified that you've been employed by DWR in either engineering or management roles since 2006, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've been the manager of utility operations for DWR for about a year, since April 2024?
Correct.
Okay. But it looks like you have significant experience with state water projects, water operations going back for about, I believe you said 15 years. So prior to this past year.
Yes.
Okay. And during this period or prior to being employed by DWR, have you ever served as an expert witness in a proceeding?
No.
Okay. And so you've never provided testimony on behalf of a party other than DWR in either an adjudicatory or a judicial proceeding?
I have not.
Okay, thank you. Switching subjects, are you familiar, Ms. White, with the term traditional ecological knowledge?
No, I'm not.
Okay, but you are familiar with the policies generally that govern DWR activities?
I am most familiar with the policies that govern state water project water operations.
Okay, so you don't have any understanding of the term traditional ecological knowledge. You wouldn't be able to tell me what that term means.
No.
Okay. Is it correct that you've testified that there's daily coordination between the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, as well as significant coordination with state and federal resources agencies by way of, I believe you said, fisheries technical teams, and also the Water Operations Management Team, or WOMPT? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, that's a member of this multi-agency Water Operations Management Team? Is that correct?
Oh, she's frozen again. Hold on.
She's back, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Do you need me to repeat the question, Ms. White?
I think you asked about you. Yes, please.
Is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, is that a member of the multi-agency Water Operations Management Team?
Yes, it is.
And you have testified that DWR anticipates significant coordination with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the other members of this multi-agency team continuing once DCP becomes operational. Is that right?
That is correct, and is a permit term within our proposed permit term is to have coordination among DWR and the tribal and the tribes as well for our long-term operations.
Could you point me to that permit term?
Mhm. $35.
And what will the coordination with the tribes entail?
At this point, we are not speculative in nature as far as what the coordination would be, just that DWR will commit to that coordination.
Have you consulted with any tribes in formulating that commitment?
Me personally, no.
Has DWR consulted with any tribes in formulating that commitment?
DWR has consulted with tribes
And
for the DCP.
has DWR consulted with any tribes in formulating that commitment?
The permit term is included within the proposed permit term is included. And I can't specifically say to what tribes.
So I'm sorry, is the answer to that no, that DWR has not consulted with tribes in specifically formulating that permit term, that tribes will be governing tribal consultation or engagement as part of the long-term operations? Is the answer to that is no?
I can't specifically say no on exactly who was, I cannot say no.
Is the answer that you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Why don't we do this? Let's see, could we pull up exhibit DTEC 029, please? Ms. White, are you familiar with this document?
No, I'm not familiar with this document.
Okay, so would you agree that looking at this document, it appears to be a document issued by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service describing traditional ecological knowledge for application by service scientists?
Looking at the document, I do notice it is blurry up top. I presume that is U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at the top of that heading.
That's correct. That is U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay.
So if we could just scroll down a little bit so we could see the first paragraph here. Great, thank you. So looking at this first paragraph, do you see that the Fish and Wildlife Service defines traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK, as, quote, the evolving knowledge acquired by indigenous and local people over hundreds or thousands of years through direct contact with the environment? And a little bit further down, TEK is an accumulating body of knowledge, practice, and belief evolving by adaptive processes and handed down through generations by cultural transmission about the relationship of living beings, humans and non-human, with one another and the environment. Do you see that that's what the Fish and Wildlife Service says?
I'm looking at the document, and that is what you have read from the document. That's what the document shows.
Okay, and then just beginning at the bottom of this page, you see a discussion of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's use of TEK.
I don't know where am I looking?
At
Because this has
the
3 columns, so is it, oh, can you be more specific on where I should be looking?
the bottom of the third column on the far right, just above the picture, it's in bold. The heading is in bold.
I see that section.
Okay. Are you aware of whether the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's definition or approach to relying on TK for management decisions corresponds with DWR's?
Objection calls for speculation.
To the
Max Foundation.
to the extent you know, Ms. White, you may answer.
I am not familiar.
Okay, let's let's try something else then. Could we pull up exhibit DTEC 30, please? And Ms. White, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay, would you agree that this is a document issued by the Department of Water Resources, DWR, where you're employed, that sets forth a tribal engagement policy for DWR?
What's up on the screen is a DWR document outlining. I can't see the entire document, just the title and a couple sentence, can't see the whole thing, but it does state DWR, Department of Water Resources, Tribal Engagement Policy.
And could we just scroll down to the bottom so that Ms. White can see the entire document? I believe you said that you're familiar with this document. And that's the whole document. Is this DWR's tribal engagement policy?
If we scroll up to the top, please. It is a tribal engagement policy that was dated on March 8th of 2016.
Okay, and this has been in place during the term of your employment then? Correct.
The tribal engagement policy has been in place.
Okay.
There is yes.
And let's see, do you see that this says this is a policy that was adopted by DWR to improve communication, collaboration, and consultation with California tribes consistent with executive orders, the California Natural Resources Agency's tribal consultation policies, and AB 52 or Assembly Bill 52? Is that your understanding?
The policy, just from what you noted, that's what the policy states.
Okay, and if we could scroll down just a little bit, please. Do you see that in this policy, DWR has adopted a list of policy principles? They're set out in bullets for the purposes of improving tribal communication, collaboration, and consultation with tribes as set forth above.
Those are the bullets that are shown here on this document that you're sharing.
Okay, and looking at the third bullet from the bottom, do you see that this includes a commitment to providing cultural competency training for DWR executives, managers, supervisors, and staff on tribal engagement and consultation policies? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what bullet are you referring to?
The third from the bottom of the bulleted
Okay.
list, beginning with provide.
I see that, yes.
And having been employed by DWR as a manager, engineer, or other employee for 18 years, have you received this cultural competency and consultation training?
No, not that I can recall, to be honest. I've been with the department for quite a few years, but not in my current role as a manager of water operations.
You don't so you do not recall receiving this required training at any point during your employment with DWR?
Objection, asked and answered. Also, we failed to lay a foundation. This is clearly related to CEQA, and Ms. White's role and her testimony is related to operations, and this consultation policy appears to be directed at consultation with tribes for CEQA. And there has been no foundation laid that Ms. White was involved in the CEQA document or its preparation.
Ms. Kinsey, I believe that's actually incorrect. There's one reference to CEQA, which is AB 52, but this describes the implementation of multiple state and California Natural Resources Agencies policy directives, which extend far beyond CEQA. That's simply stated in on the policy itself.
I'm going to allow the cross-examination and also note, I think once again, that the scope of cross-examination with respect to case and chief witnesses is not limited to their testimony. So I anticipate you're going somewhere that is relevant here. So please continue.
Thank you. Miss White, are you familiar with tribes in the Delta or its headwaters?
Not I mean, I am familiar, but it's not part of my day-to-day responsibilities.
Okay, looking at the last two bullets, let's see, do you see that this includes a DWR policy to recognize that California tribes have distinct cultural, spiritual, environmental, economic, public health interests, and traditional ecological knowledge about California's natural resources, as well as a policy to enable California tribes to manage and act as caretakers of tribal cultural resources? You see that?
I see those two bullets that you just stated. I do see that.
Okay. And what steps has DWR taken to assure the integration of traditional ecological knowledge or protection of tribal cultural resources as part of state water project operations?
Can you repeat the question, please?
What measures has DWR taken to assure the integration of traditional ecological knowledge or protection of tribal cultural resources as part of state water project operations?
Objection, to the extent it calls for speculation, as Ms. White just said, this is not part of her daily duties.
Noted. And Ms. White, you only need to speak to what you know.
For me, yeah, I think I already answered the question.
Ms. White, is there anyone else at DWR? So you manage the operations team for DWR. Is there anyone else who would be familiar with integration of traditional ecological knowledge or part of tribal cultural resources as part of state water project operations?
I can't name someone as I sit here today. That doesn't mean that there aren't.
But okay, so it's correct that you're not aware of who within the team that you manage would have that as part of their purview.
When it comes to water operations, as I am here testifying today, there is not from the day-to-day water operations for the state water project.
So is
There's
it, my apologies, please continue.
I'm finished.
Okay. And Ms. White, are you aware of any measures that DWR has taken to ensure the integration of traditional ecological knowledge into decision-making on daily operations for the Delta Conveyance project specifically?
I haven't been intimately involved with the tribal consultation with respect to the Delta Conveyance project. So I can't speak to what the extent of the consultation has been, just that there has been tribal consultation.
I was asking specifically about the integration of TK into decision-making. Are you aware of any steps that DWR has taken to assure the integration of TK into decision-making on daily operations for the DCP? I think the answer was no, but if I could just get a yes or no on that, please.
I am not aware of that. However, I did mention the proposed permit condition about coordination, consultation with the tribes as it relates to the long-term operations of the Delta Conveyance project. What that looks like, I don't know what that looks like at this point.
Okay. So within your purview as the manager of the operations section, are you aware of any DWR plans for tribes to be engaged in daily operations coordination for the DCP? And I ask this because I understand that you are the person most familiar with coordination of daily operations.
As noted in the permit term, there will be coordination ongoing. There will be coordination. Like I said, I don't have what that looks like at this point as I sit here today.
Okay, why don't we take down this exhibit, please? And if we could please pull up Ms. White's testimony. I believe that's DWR 300R, the revised testimony. Great, thank you. And can we go to page 10, please, of the PDF? Okay, and starting at line 4, you testified that a North Delta diversion monitoring team will be formed to review hydrological operations, fisheries, and water quality data, among other things. Is that right?
Yes, that team will be developed.
Will there be tribal representatives on this monitoring team?
The team has not been developed yet. And so as stated in I am not exactly, at this point, it will be formed and it's speculative to state who would be involved in that or what agencies would be involved.
Are you aware of any plans to engage members of environmental justice organizations or community-based organizations in the project area as part of this monitoring team?
Well, I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I think we're frozen again. Can you hear Miss White?
No.
No.
Okay.
Ms. White, I think you're back.
Yep.
So do you need the question again?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Ms. White. Are you are you aware of any plans to engage members of environmental justice organizations or other community-based organizations in the project area as part of this monitoring team?
The North Delta Diversion Monitoring Team is a established and requirement in our incidental take permit that was issued by California Department of Fish and Wildlife. That team has not been formed at this point, so who is on that team? It'll definitely, be DW, Department of Water Resources, as well as CDFW, and that's where it in there. I can't say, I'm not aware of exactly, since a team has not been developed yet, who would be on that team.
In your expert opinion, Ms. White, as the DWR operations manager, would it be your opinion that it's important that tribes be engaged in operations planning for the Delta Conveyance projects?
It's important we commit to coordinating and can you restate your question, please?
In your expert opinion, Ms. White, as the DWR operations manager, is it important that tribes are engaged in operations planning for the Delta Conveyance projects? And I would actually respond that specifically to Delta tribes. Is it important that Delta tribes be engaged in operations planning for the Delta Conveyance project?
Section vague and ambiguous as to engaged.
Fair, Ms. Safdie, what do you mean by engaged?
Is it important that Delta tribes be coordinated with or included in monitoring efforts for operations planning of the Delta Conveyance project?
I believe it is important to have interested parties coordinate with respect to the two operations.
Is it correct, Ms. White, that your testimony does not address the role of tribes in Delta Conveyance project operations?
Correct.
And is it also correct that your testimony does not address the role of environmental justice organizations or other community-based organizations in Delta Conveyance project operations?
Yes.
And your testimony also does not address integration of traditional ecological knowledge into Delta Conveyance project operations or monitoring?
That is not included in my testimony.
Okay, and just one last question on this subject. Is there anyone else you could point us to from DWR who would be the appropriate person to answer questions about integration of traditional ecological knowledge or consultation with tribes or community-based organizations in Delta Conveyance project operations?
One more time, please.
So understanding that you did not testify to these subjects, who would you point us to at DWR who would be the appropriate person to inform DWR's plans to consult with tribes or include tribes in monitoring for Delta Conveyance project operations or community-based organizations in Delta Conveyance project operations?
We have our tribal policy group and representatives within the Department of Water Resources that I would refer to. Name is escaping me right now.
Thank you. Let's please go to the first page of Ms. White's testimony. And down to line 20, please. So, Ms. White, is it correct that your testimony provides an overview of regulatory controls that are applicable to Delta, that would be applicable to Delta Conveyance project operations?
My testimony as state here includes an overview of current regulations and operations.
Okay, thank you. Could we go down a little bit to page 2? And just a little further so we could see the full paragraph 4. Oh, okay. Well, we'll start there. Thank you. And so these regulations, these include the Delta water quality and outflow standards set forth in D 1641. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, is there a question here? Can you repeat?
So I believe that you had just testified that your testimony includes a discussion of currently applicable regulatory controls, and I'm asking you if those controls include Delta water quality and outflow standards set forth in D 1641.
I'm sorry, I believe Miss White is freezing again. I'm wondering if we could take a break to try to fix the technology problem.
I think that's probably a good idea, and I'm sure Ms. Safdie would appreciate it too.
Apologies.
Well, let's go ahead and do that. And we might as well take a 10-minute break. So let's come out back at 4:08.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. I'll look to the court reporter. Are we ready to go back on the record?
I am ready.
Great, thank you. And I will look to Ms. Carroll and our witness who is not here on camera.
So we had to do a low-tech solution and we gave Miss White Miss Morris's computer. So if
Understood.
we could rename Miss Morris's computer to say Molly White, we would appreciate that.
We can do that. We certainly can handle that. So I'll look to my team to rename Stephanie Morris to Emily White.
Molly White.
Molly White. I'm sorry, Molly White. There we go. And there we have it. Thank you. Ms. White, welcome back. And with that, I will turn things back over to Ms. Safdie.
Thank you. Ms. White, I believe we were just discussing controlling regulatory standards when we left off. Do you recall that discussion?
Was there a question? What's the
Yes.
question?
So is it correct that a controlling regulatory standard, as you've used that term in your testimony, is what governs State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations?
There are many standards, whether it be flow or water quality, that will govern our state water project operations.
And if we could pull up Ms. White's testimony at page 2, lines 21 to 22, please. If you could just go down just a few lines. Thank you. Okay, so this is what I was referring to. Lines 21 to 22, you say your testimony will refer to, quote, controlling regulatory standards.
My testimony does discuss controlling regulatory standards.
Okay. And those controlling regulatory standards, again, those govern State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations, correct?
I would say regulatory standards govern the State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations. What's controlling will change based upon the time of year and the standard itself that we are operating to.
Okay, well, I want to make sure that I understand your testimony because you've used a term, controlling regulatory standards. Would those controlling regulatory standards, would those govern Delta Conveyance Project operations as part of State Water Project operations?
There are regulatory standards that will govern the State Water Project's operation of the Delta Conveyance Project.
Okay, let me try this another way. So in your testimony where you discuss controlling regulatory standards, is it correct that you've included within the scope of controlling regulatory standards, Delta water quality and outflow standards set forth in D 1641? Those are controlling regulatory standards.
No, I can't hear.
Can you not hear at all, Ms. White? I'm pausing.
There we go. There we go. I can hear you now. Sorry, it just went silent.
Do you need me to restate the question, Ms. White?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do controlling regulatory standards, do those include Delta water quality and outflow standards set forth in D 1641?
Yes.
Thank you. And those also include the California Endangered Species Act or CISA requirements set forth in the ITP for long-term operations issued by CDFW in 2024?
Correct. Yes.
And they include federal ESA requirements, Endangered Species Act requirements for long-term operations of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project, which was issued, last updated, I believe you said in 2024.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And is this the complete set of regulatory standards that that fall within the scope of controlling regulatory standards as you've used that term within your testimony?
For the purpose of my testimony, these are not, these are the controlling regulatory requirements for flow, water quality that we operate to.
Okay, are there any other controlling regulatory standards?
We have, there is a stand for our Army Corps permit for diversions from the South Delta export facilities. But for the purpose of this testimony and our water operations for the environment, those are the requirements that we operate to. Those being,
Please.
I'm nothing. I'm done.
Sorry for interrupting. If the Delta Conveyance project were to be approved with the ITP that was recently issued, would that also be a controlling regulatory standard?
Correct. Those ITP sets forth bypass flow requirements that would also be a controlling requirement.
Thank you. If we could go to page 4, line 21, please. Okay, thank you. You've testified that once the DCP is constructed and operational, the operations will be in accordance with the water rights permits, regulatory requirements, permit conditions, and applicable laws at that time. Is that correct?
Correct. That is what my testimony says there. Yes.
When does DWR anticipate that the DCP will be operational?
I don't have a specific date of when the DCP would be operational.
Do you have a decade when the DCP is, when DWR anticipates the DCP would be operational?
I would say at least a decade that the DCP would be operational.
So is there a projected decade? Could you tell me, would it be the 2040s, 2050s, 2080s? Around what time period does DWR anticipate that the DCP will be operational?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, maybe or maybe not. It depends. Ms. White, if you can answer, please do.
I can't answer that.
Is it correct that DWR has asked for an extension of time to perfect its state water project permits out to 2085?
DWR has submitted a time extension petition for our water rights permits.
Could it take until 2085 for the Delta Conveyance project to be operational?
I can't answer that question. I do not know.
Has DWR made any effort to project what the regulatory requirements or other relevant regulatory controls would be at the time the DCP becomes operational?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can answer if you know, Ms. White.
We have regulatory requirements that we know at this point in time that are for the Delta Conveyance project that are set forth in the incidental take permit.
Thank you. I was specifically asking if DWR has made any efforts to project what the controlling regulatory requirements would be when the DCP is operational. Has DWR done that projection?
Objection vacant ambiguous as to efforts and project and into what context.
I'm going to how about instead of efforts, I'll ask whether DWR has considered possible future regulatory scenarios. And you can follow up, Ms. Safdie, but we'll start with that. Ms. White?
We know, and what we've framed around our operations right now is what we know today. As far as how those may change in the future is I do not know at this point in time.
So to follow up on that, is it correct that the answer is no, the DWR has not done scenario planning for future regulatory controls?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to scenario planning.
Overruled.
Can you give me an example? Because I'm not really following your question as far as regulatory requirements.
Sure. Well, why don't we break this down? So does DWR anticipate that the current 2024 ITP or federal ESA requirements will govern the DCP when it becomes operational?
The current 2024 ITP and the current federal ESA requirements are for our South Delta export facilities.
So was that a yes or a no?
Can you restate the question then?
Does DWR anticipate that the ITP, the 2024 ITP and the federal ESA requirements that we referred to earlier as the controlling regulatory standards, that those will be the ones that will govern the DCP when it becomes operational?
I can't state because those current regulations do not include operations of the Delta Conveyance project. They currently are focused on the South Delta export facilities, and there is no and. They're for the South Delta export facilities.
Okay. Does DWR anticipate that the water quality and outflow scenario standards, in D1641 will govern at the time that the DCP becomes operational?
I expect that there will be flow and water quality standards for the Delta when the Delta Conveyance project becomes operational.
And has DWR made any projections about what specifically the water quality and flow standards will be at the time the DCP becomes operational?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to projections and also relevance as the regulatory portion of our projects is not within our control.
I'll overrule it. I'm not sure we're getting anywhere, but I'll allow this to go on a little more. Ms. White, if you can answer, please do.
The flow and water quality standards are set forth by the State Water Board, not the Department of Water Resources.
Ms. White, as an operations manager, how do you plan for operations and regulatory controls when a project is decades away from being operational?
We plan to the current regulatory requirements that we know at the time, and that is how we plan.
I see. So I think I understand from that you're not anticipating what they will be at the time the project becomes operational. You're planning to the ones that currently exist.
The flow and the regulatory requirements are what we know now, and that is what we plan for. I can't state, and it's speculative on what those standards may look like in the future.
Okay, I understand. Could we please go to page 5, line 7 of Ms. White's testimony? You've testified here that, Ms. White, that even though the DCP has a 6,000 CFS capacity, due to the operational criteria and existing regulatory requirements, the DCP will not be diverting at its full capacity all the time. Is that correct?
That is what my testimony states there.
Would the circumstances when the DCP might operate below capacity include when water the DCP might otherwise export is required to meet delta outflow standards?
Can you restate your question? I'm not following that.
So with the circumstances, so you've just testified that at times the DCP will need to operate below its 6,000 CFS capacity due to regulatory requirements. And I'm asking if sometimes those circumstances in which the DCP may need to operate below capacity would include when water the DCP could otherwise divert would need to be left in channel to satisfy outflow standards.
The DCP will be operated based upon the bypass flow criteria. So we'll be operating the DCP in accordance with the regulatory requirements as set forth, the bypass flow criteria, flow and water quality standards.
Okay, I'm not sure that I got an answer, so let me ask it another way. Would outflow standards sometimes be a constraint on DCP operations?
We have outflow standards that we need to meet, and if we would not operate the DCP if we were not able to meet our outflow standards.
So the answer is yes. Is that
Again,
correct?
I would just state that when we operate the DCP, a requirement of operating the DCP would be meeting our flow and water quality standards.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 2, line 18, please? You've testified here, and I believe you stated this in your opening summary as well, that the state and federal ESA permits are periodically updated to reflect new science and understanding of operations. Is that correct?
I did state that the permits are periodically updated, yes.
And how frequently are they updated?
We have had updates to the federal ESA permits 3 times. And the CISA permit twice, 2 times.
And how have you accounted for these periodic updates and your operations plans?
We adjust our operations in accordance with any new requirements that are set forth in those ESA permits.
So, Ms. White, here you have testified that the state and federal ESA permits are subject to periodic updating. Are there any other controlling regulatory standards, as you've used that term, that are subject to periodic review and updating?
The State Water Board is in the process of updating the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Again, that's their process to update those standards, as well as the federal and state agencies that change or that update those ESA permits.
The water quality and delta outflow standards set forth in D6041 that you reference here, where do those derive from?
Those are from Decision 1641,
And
our water rights permit.
And is it correct that D1641 incorporates the water quality standards set forth in the 1995 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
Yes.
Could we pull up exhibit D-Tech 24, please? Ms. White, are you familiar with this document?
I am.
And this is the revised and operative water rights decision 1641?
That is what the document shows.
Thank you. Could we go to PDF page, PDF 159, please? Oh, I think that's page 159. So I believe it's page 147, PDF 159.
I think the pages and the PDFs match, actually. Looks like it.
No, I think this is now page 147 and PDF page 159. So I think we're there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we could, so Ms. White, directing your attention to paragraph 5. Do you see where it says that all rights and privileges under this permit, including method of diversion, method of use, and quantity of water diverted, are subject to the continuing authority of the board in accordance with law and in the interest of the public welfare to protect public trust uses, to prevent waste, unreasonable use, unreasonable method of use, or unreasonable method or diversion of said water? Do you see that?
That is what I see on the document you are sharing.
Okay, and if we could just scroll down to the next page, please, to the first full paragraph. And do you see here where it says that the continuing authority of the board also may be exercised by imposing further limitations on the diversion and use of water by the permittee in order to protect public trust resources?
That is what I'm seeing on the shared document that you read.
And paragraph 6, there's another condition here where it says the quantity of water diverted under this permit is subject to modification if the board, after notice to the permittee and an opportunity for hearing, finds that such modification is necessary to meet water quality objectives and water quality control plans. Do you see that?
I see in item number 6, that sentence.
Okay, thank you. So would you agree, Ms. White, that the board included as permit conditions reservations of rights to revise D-1641, to implement new or revised water quality control standards, or to protect public trust uses?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Noting that you are not an attorney and don't have legal expertise, if you can answer, please do.
I'm not an attorney and I do not have legal expertise and can't answer that.
Okay. Ms. White, would you agree that water quality standards promulgated by the State Water Project, to your knowledge, are periodically reviewed and updated to reflect new science?
Objection asked and answered.
Was the answer to that yes?
Can you restate your question, please?
Would you agree that water quality standards promulgated by the State Water Board are periodically reviewed and updated to reflect new science?
Same objection. Same objection. Sorry, is it not coming through my microphone?
Overruled. Go ahead, Ms. White.
That's a State Water Board authority to review those standards.
I'm asking if you are aware that they're periodically reviewed and updated in your capacity as an operations manager.
For the D-1641 water quality and flow standards have not changed since they've been adopted in the early 2000s or
Ms.
issued.
Are you aware of when the State Water Board last updated the water quality standards for the lower San Joaquin River and South Delta salinity?
Yes, in 2018, there was the update. Escaped my mind. San Joaquin River, yes.
Thank you. And that updated included a program of implementation.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you are aware that in January 2012, the State Water Board released a notice of preparation and notice of scoping meeting to update the water quality standards for the Delta and its tributaries and the Sacramento River. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of the timing or dates of that document.
Well, let's just pull up DTAC 26, please. Just establish foundation for this question. So, do you see this is a notice of preparation and notice of scoping meeting issued by the State Water Board for an updated implementation of the water quality control plan for the Bay Delta for a comprehensive review?
Yes, I see that on this screen.
And if we could scroll down, I believe it has the date of issuance. Should be January 24th, 2012. I'd have to scroll down to the bottom. Apologies. There we go. January, you see it says it was issued in January 24th, 2012. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that date.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And are you aware that the State Water Board released a staff report and a substitute environmental document in support of this update in September 2023?
I'm aware of that document. I'm not aware of the date. I don't recall the date.
Okay,
but
have you reviewed that document?
I have reviewed it. It's been a very long time. Well, it's been a long time.
And are you aware that the State Water Board issued a proposed revised water quality control plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta watershed, including a revised plan of implementation on October 25th, 2024?
I am aware of that, but I'm again not aware of the date.
Okay, but you've generally reviewed that document.
Generally, yes.
Okay. Are you aware, Ms. White, that this plan, if adopted, would modify the 1995 water quality and outflow standards for the Delta that were integrated into D1641?
The State Water Board has not issued any issuance of that plan, so I think it'd be speculative to exactly what the standards will be until they make that decision.
Why don't we pull up DTAC 25, please? Ms. White, you see that this is that October 2024 draft water quality control plan for the Bay Delta that we were just discussing?
I see that, yes.
And do you know what outflow standards the State Water Board is proposing in this plan?
Can you go to the page? I don't have.
Sure. Why don't we go to page 20, PDF 27, please? We might have to remove can we click out of the bookmarks?
And we can zoom in if there are specific parts of this.
Okay, I think if we could just go down a little bit, please. Okay, that's great. So, Ms. White, do you see where it says inflow base delta outflow?
Can you help us with a row, or do you see it? I don't see it.
Apologies. The very last row, the print is small.
I see. Yes.
I do see that last row, yes.
Okay, and this provides that inflow the inflows required above, including for the Sacramento Delta tributaries and San Joaquin River, are required as outflows with adjustments for downstream natural depletions and accretions. Is that correct?
Is there a question? Can you point me to what I'm looking at again? Or
Yes.
supposed to look at on this page?
Yep, I was just trying to establish, you had asked me to point you to what the outflow
Mhm.
standards were, so I'm just establishing that. So I'm looking at the box on the lower right, where it says that the inflows required above are required as outflows.
I see that.
Okay, and those are year-round standards, is that right?
These are part of the draft plan, and the board has not issued or adopted any final plan adoption
Okay, but
on what the outflow. So I can't say that that's what the outflows will be.
but the proposed plan amendments set forth year-round standards, correct? Do you see where it says year-round next to the box that we were just looking at?
Yes. And
Okay.
this is one part on page 18 of a proposal.
Great. And that's measured in CFS. So those are quantitative standards. Is that correct?
Oh, is that a question?
Yes. Do you see next to flow rate where it says CFS?
Yes. Is there, I guess, one question with this? Go ahead.
Okay. And then if we could go up, let's see, I think we need to go to page 26 to get the numbers. And down to towards the bottom of this page. Okay. So it runs over into the next page, but so do you see here at the very bottom on the right side, it says maintain inflows from the Sacramento Delta tributaries at 55% of unimpaired flow within allowed adaptive range between 45 and 65%.
That is what this states.
And this 55% is what the board is proposing as the outflow objective that we were just looking at. Is that correct?
I can't speak to what the board is going to propose as an outflow standard, as there's other healthy rivers and landscape flows that are being also assessed as part of the Bay Delta Plan update. So I can't say as I sit here today what the board will issue.
Okay, but that we just looked at an outflow standard which referenced an inflow standard, and that outflow standard is referencing this 55% of unimpaired flow. Is that your understanding?
That is what this part of the draft plan says on page 17.
Okay. And did you analyze DCP operations for compliance with this 55% outflow objective?
Can you be analyzed for, can you be more specific, please?
Did you consider how DCP operations would be affected if this was the controlling regulatory standard? So if 55% outflow is the controlling regulatory standard.
I am here to testify on operations and do not do modeling on this type of information.
But you did testify to water savings that would be attributable to the DCP. Is that correct?
I testified to what DCP diversions, an example of DCP diversions under looking at a historical retrospective of based upon actual conditions from the past.
And did you consider what those diversions would look like if there was a 55% outflow objective in place?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of the voluntary agreements? I believe you just referred to that, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program.
I am aware. Yes.
Did you assess what Delta Conveyance project diversions would look like if those proposed voluntary agreements were in place?
I have not.
Okay. Ms. White, are you, oh, sorry, to your knowledge, has DWR assessed what diversions, DCP diversions would look like if those voluntary agreements were in place?
Objection, just to keep the record clear, we've had a witness previously testify that they did. Mr. Amardeep Singh.
Understood. I guess now you undermine the purpose of the question, possibly. But Ms. White, you can respond.
Can you restate the question, please?
I'm asking if DWR specifically quantified the amounts of water that DCP would be projected to divert if the voluntary agreements were in place.
That was not part of my testimony or analysis for the DCP.
Okay. Ms. White, are you aware of the State Water Board's August 3rd, 2010 report on development of flow criteria for the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta ecosystem prepared pursuant to the Delta Reform Act of 2009?
Could you share that document?
Of course, it's DTEC 27. If we scroll down to the next page, I believe we can see the title. Thank you. Are you familiar with this report, Ms. White?
I haven't reviewed this report. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. Could we go to PDF page 14, please? In the middle of the first paragraph, do you see where this report states the Delta is an ecological crisis?
I see that the document that you have up states that.
Okay. And if we could go to PDF page 15, please. I think we need to, let's see. Oh, sorry, the very first line. Do you see where it says the best available science suggests that current flows are insufficient to protect public trust resources?
I see that sentence on the top of the page.
Okay, and if we could go to PDF page 18, please. So paragraph 3, do you see the board's that the board has stated criteria that would preserve the attributes of a natural variable system to which native fish species are adapted? Do you see those numbers?
Are we saying item number 3?
Item number 3.
I see that on the page.
And do you see the first bullet there says one of those criteria is 75% of unimpaired delta outflow from January through June to protect public trust resources?
Objection. This document lacks foundation and essentially Ms. Safdie is reading evidence into the record. Yeah, Ms. White has stated she's not familiar with this document.
I don't know that it's particularly useful, but Ms. Safdie, if you'd like to continue this way, we can. I think there's an independent basis to ask Ms. White whether she's considered these issues. So I'll leave it to you. Objection
Okay.
overruled.
Well, Ms. White, you can answer that. All right. Do you see that it says these criteria include 75% of unimpaired delta outflow from January through June?
I'm reading the bullet that you have provided through this shared document, and that's
Okay.
what it says.
Great. And Ms. White, you have testified that you're generally familiar with the board's 2023 staff report and substitute environmental documents on the Bay Delta update. Is that correct?
Generally.
Okay, great. So if we could, let's see, let's then go to DTAC 28, please. So Ms. White, does this appear to be the description of alternatives from that substitute environmental, the staff report and substitute environmental document for the Bay Delta plan update?
So I'm just going to pause for a moment and ask Ms. Safdie, going forward, if you could, I'm pretty sure the last and this one are AHO documents. And one of the reasons we did the AHO documents was to try to avoid the double numbering problem.
Okay.
So just when you get to the point of actually of submitting briefs and things like that, it is very helpful to, I mean, I suppose now it's here, we can cite them both, but you start to get to know, once you're deep in the proceeding, you get to know the exhibit numbers and you know exactly what it is,
Our
unfortunately.
team will confirm. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Of course, of
Appreciate
course.
it. I'm not sure if you may have to ask the question again. I know we've done that. I apologize.
That's okay. Well, Ms. White, you're familiar with this description of alternatives from that plan? Or sorry, from the staff report and substitute environmental document.
I said that I was familiar with the document. It's been a bit of time since I have looked at it, so I can't say I'm explicitly familiar with each of the alternatives.
Are you familiar with the high flow alternative that the board considered in this staff report?
I would have to see how it's outlined to get refreshed in this document here to refresh my memory.
Okay, could we go to PDF page 7 then, please? If you scroll down a little bit, this is the description of the high flow alternative. And in the middle of the first paragraph, it sets out a numeric inflow objective of 65 to 75%. And I believe that would also be the outflow objective. Is that correct?
It says it would require between 65 and 75% unimpaired flow. I'd really have to sit and give a little attention on exactly whether that would be the outflow requirement. Again, I'm not intimately knowledgeable or with this document.
Okay, well, in the next paragraph, do you see that it states that this alternative could provide for the delta inflows and delta outflows identified in that 2010 report that we just looked at? The first sentence of the last paragraph?
Can you restate the question? I see what the document says in the first sentence of the second paragraph. What's the question?
Hearing officer, I'm going to have to object again to lacking foundation and another reading into the record just through asking questions of the witness.
I mean, I'm not sure it's an efficient use of time. I've read both of these documents, but I'll leave it to Ms. Safdie.
Well, Ms. White, let me ask you, did you analyze how the Delta Conveyance project would be operated if this high flow alternative were adopted by the board?
My testimony my testimony describes how we would operate the Delta Conveyance project based upon the regulatory requirements that we know today. That includes the flow criteria set forth in the incidental take permit, as well as the D1641 flow and water quality standards.
Are you aware of whether there would be excess flows available for North Delta diversions in the water years that DWR analyzed if this high flow alternative were in place?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you ask Ms. Safdie, did you analyze? I think you asked, did you analyze? Is that right? Okay, go ahead, Ms. White, please.
That analysis only took into consideration the flow criteria set forth in the incidental take permit application.
So I think that the answer then is no, that you did not analyze that.
As part of that analysis provided in my testimony did not include any other type of outflow requirements.
And Ms. Safdie, just so you're aware, we're at 4:55. So I don't know if now is a good time to break, if you're going to shift, or we might have time for one more question, roughly.
Okay, I think I will be shifting to another topic, and I think we're getting close. I probably have another 20 minutes or so of questions, so maybe this is a good time to break then.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay.
And with 5 minutes left, are there any other procedural issues we should address today before we adjourn until tomorrow morning? Great. Then thank you very much, all of you, for your patience and cooperation. We are adjourned. See you at 9 a.m. tomorrow.